Bonjour à toutes et à tous à la deuxième journée de notre conférence digitale sur l'éducation inclusive. Laissez-moi me présenter brièvement. Mon nom est Mareille van Breda. Je suis coordinatrice de la plateforme belge pour l'éducation et la formation au sein de la coopération au développement, educate.be. Aujourd'hui, vous participez donc à la deuxième journée de la conférence digitale organisée par Educate avec l'appui de l'APF, VVOB et du département de la coopération au développement belge. La conférence, comme je disais tout à l'heure, a comme thème l'enseignement inclusif. La semaine passée, nous avons vu que le changement vers un enseignement inclusif n'est pas facile, que c'est avant tout une volonté politique, une volonté de l'homme. Les inégalités sont causées par l'homme, comme disait Kirabo dans sa présentation, en commençant par la sensibilisation, la collection de données fiables et en formulant des recommandations politiques, nous pouvons faire la différence. Aujourd'hui, vous participez à la deuxième journée qui est consacrée à des interventions des experts du monde entier. Il y aura 3 sections successives avec des témoignages des 4 coins du monde. Le professeur Kwame Akyempong de l'Open University partagera la session de clôture ensemble avec la nouvelle ministre belge de la coopération au développement, Myriam Kittir. La durée de la conférence est de 4h30. Cela peut vous sembler long, mais les 3 sessions consécutives développent chaque fois un élément différent par rapport à l'éducation inclusive. De plus, chaque session a sa propre modératrice et propose un format adapté. Ce deuxième volet de la conférence d'Educate sera très varié pour vous aider à vous concentrer. De plus, entre chaque session, une courte pause café de 10 minutes est prévue. Comme la semaine passée, pendant chaque session, vous pouvez poser des questions aux experts via le chat box privé qui se trouve à droite de votre écran. Cette semaine, nous avons aussi rajouté un chat box public qui vous permettra de bavarder ou de papoter un petit peu avec les autres participants. Mais pour toutes les questions que vous voulez adresser aux experts qui participent au panel, vous utilisez donc le chat box privé. Nous n'aurons sans doute pas la possibilité de répondre à toutes les questions, mais nous y répondrons ultérieurement via notre site Internet. Comme la semaine précédente, avec la conférence du 15 octobre, tous les documents, toutes les présentations, l'enregistrement de la conférence seront disponibles sur le site Internet www.educate.be à partir de la semaine prochaine. Je vous souhaite à tous et à toutes une très très bonne conférence. Entre-temps, n'hésitez pas à communiquer via les réseaux sociaux en utilisant le hashtag Educate 2020. Nadia, je te donne la parole pour ouvrir la première session de cette journée. Merci beaucoup et bonne conférence à tous.
Merci beaucoup, Marie. Bienvenue à tout le monde. Everybody, welcome to this session. On behalf of the European Disability Forum, we would like to thank you that you invited us to be part of the discussion of such an important topic, and especially with so many high-level speakers that we have. So we heard a lot last week about inclusive education, but still cultural barriers and stigma keep children with disability out of schools, as do systematic and pedagogically barriers, untrained teachers, inaccessible schools, infrastructure and materials. Girls, young women, and persons with particular impairment, such as intellectual disabilities, complex need or multiple disabilities, for example, deaf-blindness, complex communication and physical disabilities, face the most severe educational inequities. So a springboard that we believe in to realize an inclusive society is a school where no one is excluded, a society where no one is even left out in the cold. So by bringing children together in the classroom in an inclusive schools, interacting with one another will come naturally later in life. So all barriers in society also need to be eliminated by guaranteeing access to integral accessibility, affordable transport, healthcare facility, nutrition, good housing condition, the welfare of the family, and access to all community-based services and special support when needed in the society like personal assistance. So one of the most efficient methodology to analyze this is the multi-sectoral approach. And we will have directly, we will have a very important speakers who will illustrate this multi-sectoral approach with good practices from the field. So the first speaker is Ms. Subeskia Karki, who has been actively engaged in working for the education sector in Nepal for the past 7 years. She has been working closely with the government and has been participating in different forums and has raised her voice to make the curriculum, textbook, learning material, assessments, and pedagogy suitable to the specific needs in children with disability. So in her current role as inclusive educator, education technical advisor at Handicap International Nepal, she has been involved in developing proposals and concept notes on inclusive education, providing technical support and development strategies and policies for inclusive education in Nepal. Dear Ms. Subeskia, the floor is yours. I think you need to unmute yourself. Subeskia, can you try, please?
Hello, can you
Yes.
hear me?
Now we hear you. Thank you.
Okay, maybe some problem with this. Good afternoon, everyone. I am Subeksha Karki, working at Handicap International in Nepal as an inclusive education technical advisor. So today here I'm going to share about our work experience on promoting disability inclusive education in Nepal through multi-sector approach. So can we have the next slide, please? All right. So talking about my presentation, I'll be briefly talking about our key working area of HI Nepal, what are the main pillar or sector that we are working on. And then I'll move on into the key intervention that we are doing for inclusive education projects. And then also talk about how we are collaborating with other sector in terms of how we implement our activities in inclusive education section. And then I'll be also talking some of our adaptation or approaches that we have taken during COVID-19 pandemic. So lastly, I'll be sharing about some of the voice and testimonials from our beneficiaries. Next slide, please. Moving on to the introduction of Handicap International. Handicap International since 1982 has been working along vulnerable population, particularly for people with disabilities. In Nepal, HI has been working since 2000, and then we have presence in more than 53 districts. So we do intervention in different areas, in different sectors. So under current HI Nepal country strategy, we are working into three pillars. Pillar number one is health and rehabilitation. So physical rehabilitation is one of the core strong component of HI Nepal core country program. And then in order to achieve the goal of pillar number one, we aim to increase access to health, prevention, promotion, and detection, care, and rehabilitation service of people with disabilities. Pillar number two is inclusive education. So in terms of HI Nepal, entry into the inclusive education sector is very recent one, but we had been able to showcase well expertise into inclusive education sector in all level, from government authority, education policy, and then policymaker, as well as implementing INGOs, DPOs, as well as with donor. So under this pillar, we are focusing on demonstrating effective, replicable, inclusive education models that we contribute to implementation of the government school sector development plan, as well as for the education policies. So pillar number 3 is resilience. As considering the recurrence of the natural disaster in Nepal, we have been providing or working on disaster reduction activities and also building capacities of different relevant stakeholders. Next slide, please. Key intervention among this inclusive education is that we work in community and then we also work at the school level, as well as we work at this system strengthening. So when we talk about the school intervention, sorry, we do the early screening of children with disabilities or children to identify functional limitation, and then we provide assistive devices, as well as have some simple affordable home modification like development of the ramp or accessible toilet, etc. Second one is we also focus and work on out of school children, where we provide bridge class or the preparatory class, which are the informal classes where children with disabilities who are out of school or never been to school will learn some basic literacy and numeracy, so that after that they could be enrolled into the formal school. And then personalized social support, which is the person-centric approach and inclusion that are also inbuilt in our approach as an inclusive education approach that we have been working on. So we, as a community level, we worked, build capacity or raise awareness among parents and community members. And then we also have the community learning center or the learning hub, where children of parents with disability come and exchange the information on regular basis. Apart from that, when we talk about multi-sector, we just not focus on the education, we also focus on the livelihood, as most of the children with disability come from the poor economic background. So we also try to support children with disabilities, either linking them to technical education, vocational training. And in terms of profound and severe disability, we try to link parents, caregiver of those children to business, as well as we provide some seed money so that they could, parents or the family could start some business by their own. And then we also provide the training on daily life skill, basically focusing on children with severe and profound disability, as they are more dependent upon their parents. So we try to provide the information or give training to those parents who can support their children on their daily living. Moving on to the intervention at school level, we are more focused on the teachers' professional development, and then we provide training to the teachers, basically on the inclusive pedagogies, inclusive education, individualized education plan, classroom instructions, as well as development of teaching learning materials. And then we also integrate the component of inclusive school improvement plan into the school. Basically, for those children who are just enrolled into the formal school and then from the bridge classes, they are also provided with the supplementary catch-up classes. And then for the system strengthening, we closely work in collaboration with Center for Education, Human Resource Development, which is the operating unit of Ministry of Education, Science and Technology. And under that, we have the different thematic working group under government school sector development plan. So HI has been one of the active member in this thematic working group, and then providing the technical support in the education sector plan, education policy, as well as inclusive education policy, where minimum enabling condition for inclusive education has been drafted. Apart from that, we are also working with our consortium partner, basically to have the disaggregated data on children with disability. So under that, we have developed the EMIS Education Management Information Subsystem, where we have the disaggregated data on children with disabilities, through the use of Washington Group Child Functioning Model. So this has been recent development, but we are yet to about pilot this approach within the few weeks. Next slide, please. So talking about the intersection about the different thematic, all the sector that we work is, basically, we have formed a multi-sectoral committee at the federal level, which comprise of the Ministry of Health, Ministry of Women, Children, and Senior Citizen, and Ministry of Education, Science, and Technology. So these are the steering committee who provide us with the strategic and policy direction to our work. And at the local level, we work with the Disability Coordination Committee, who are more involved in the advocacy rights of people with disability, as well as providing the disability identity card. So when we work with health sector, we collaborate them with basically to have the health camp where we identify children with disability, where we provide the assistive devices to them. Basically, we also refer those children identify whether in school or out of school to different referral services like rehabilitation, physiotherapy, and etc. So in terms of rehabilitation services, HI Nepal has like presence or have physiotherapy in different government hospitals. So we link those children to that hospitals to provide the rehabilitation services. Sorry. And then psychosocial support is one of the recent activity that we have entered as a response to the COVID activities. So basically, when we conducted the rapid need assessment, we found out that more children and parents of children with disability, they are into fear and anxiety within this pandemic situation. So in order to overcome those fear and anxiety, we have been working with psychosocial counselor to provide the psychosocial services or support to children with disabilities and their families. So basically, we also collaborate with the social welfare, and then we collaborate with the social welfare because in Nepal, people with disabilities or children with disability, they are eligible for getting the disability ID card. And then after they get this disability ID card, they are eligible for different social benefits and allowances. So we link those children, identified children, to the social welfare so that they get the disability ID card and then other benefit after that. In terms of livelihood, in some of our implementing districts, we have identified or mapped these service provider, and then we also have the linkages to the technical education vocational training, where girls with disability are basically interested in taking the tailoring, mobile repairing type of skill training. So these activities are also on hold because we are not able to move forward the field level activity right now. And then we have also provided the seed money to parents or family of children with disability so that they can start up their own business. Next slide, please. So here I'm going to share about one of the success story from one of the project. A girl named Rabina, who is girl with physical disability. She was identified by one of our community volunteer when we did the early screening at household level. So Rabina, she was never been to school. So we came to know that she was never been to school. And then we also provided her or linked her with the health camp where we organized with the other health institutions. So within that health camp, she was provided with the wheelchair and then the toilet chair. So after that, our community mobilizer went to the parents and convinced that she need to attend the brace class. So after that, she was enrolled into brace class, and then we also provided her with the learning materials. Not only our intervention was limited to Rabina, but we also provided the skill-based training to their parents so that they could support her in daily living as well as into her education. So basically, she has now, like after 9 months of brace classes, she has gained basic literacy and numeracy, and then she is ready to be enrolled into a formal school. But right now in Nepal, since April, we are not able to open the school due to this COVID situation. So we are not able to enroll her into the formal school. Once it's open, we'll be enrolling her into a formal school. Next slide, please. Okay. So here I'll be talking about some of the approaches that we have taken during COVID-19. Basically, as we all are struggling, and then basically when our field movement are restricted, we need to have adapted some of our response to the COVID-19. So one of the response at community level was we did the rapid need assessment to identify the health status of our beneficiaries, as well as to identify whether they have the access to different devices so that they could learn through that devices. And then we also analyze the distance between our volunteer, that is the big sister, and then the beneficiaries, so that when the situation is normalized, we could support one-to-one to our beneficiaries. And then as in one of our projects, we work along with the marginalized girl and girl with disability who are more vulnerable for the gender-based violence and other kind of violence. So we also have the system of SMS tracking, online SMS tracking, where any incident will be reported to our big sis volunteers and then to us. Sorry. So another intervention that we did during this COVID is the distribution of hygiene and sanitization material. This was also one of my findings from our rapid need assessment, as we came to know that most of the family, they don't have a simple hygiene kit or the precautionary measures. So we try to at the multi-sector approach, we try to provide them with such hygiene kits. And then for the school, actually, Ministry of Education in Nepal, they have endorsed the alternative learning system where learning through radio, television, online, offline, and online portals, as well as remote and distance learning has been prioritized. So in order to support those government intervention, we are supporting radio schooling. We are working with the teachers to develop the radio lesson in a more inclusive and acceptable terminology for children with disabilities. And then also trying to encourage them to use the inclusive pedagogy, such as the repetition of the same topic with the different activities, so that children with disabilities are able to catch up the session that is delivered through radio. And then when the movement was allowed, we also supported children with hearing impairment without trained volunteer on sign language. So we interpreted those radio lessons through that volunteers to our beneficiary who are with hearing impairment. And then for the psychosocial support, as I have talked earlier also, we have been providing the psychosocial support to the parents and children through the psychosocial counselor. Next slide, please. So in order to provide the support within this pandemic, we have been providing the virtual training with our community mobilizer on the different material that has been developed by us as well as by the Ministry of Education. It's not just related with the education, but more on the hygiene and the precaution that they need to take during this pandemic situation. So after that, the volunteer, the community mobilizer, the training is transferred to big sister or the volunteer, who then provide the one-to-one support to our beneficiaries. And then we have also disseminated the learning material, which are basically in the Braille and then with the sign language pictures, so that children with disabilities are learning during this pandemic. Thank you. Next slide. So these are some of the voices that we collected during this pandemic situation. So Sahazan Khatun, who is a 14-year-old girl and who is deaf, who uses sign language. She is one of our beneficiaries, and then she appreciates the work of our big sister. So she is saying that my big sister come to me and show me a video developed in sign language and show me the process of hand washing and how we can be safe during COVID-19 situation. My big sister also visited me or my house when lockdown is not very strict. Another testimony is from Kanaya Kumar Saha, who is a student who uses visual impairment and uses Braille. So he was a student at our preparatory classes. And after, he is saying that after the COVID-19 outbreak, our Braille class is stopped, but we have been receiving information on coronavirus update regularly from the radio jingle, and our facilitator frequently call us to know about what we are doing. So these are the testimonies that are shared by our beneficiaries. Next slide, please. So this is my last slide for the presentation. Here I want to highlight that as an lobby and advocacy to the social welfare offices at our local level, we had been able to get the disability ID card to a boy named Dharmendra, who is visually impaired. So he is also learning Braille with our preparatory classes, and then after this preparatory classes is over, he will be like formally enrolled into the resource class. Resource class basically is like a preparatory, which is like formally owned by government, where children with different types of disabilities are provided with the education before they are enrolled into a formal mainstream school. So this is all about my presentation. So I also have shared one with you. I'm not sure, like I don't know like how much time I have taken. So is it possible to share the video if the time is allowed?
How long is it?
I'm sorry, we didn't prepare it now to play it off,
okay,
so
sure.
we'll do it.
So I'll just share with this. Sure. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Shubhaskaya.
Thank you very much,
Nadia.
Shubhaska, for sharing with us those important projects that you have on the field and how you involve all the multisectoral fields also. And I was really very triggered by your pilot project on collecting disaggregated data. So I'm looking forward to the outcomes of this. Now I will hand the floor over to our next speaker, who is Ms. Dr. Jean-Marie Nwenga. He is the program coordinator at the National Office of Light of the World in the Democratic Republic of Congo since 2015. He's a doctor by training and holder of a master's degree in public health. He has solid experience in program coordination and management, as well as representation for having worked for Congolese state institutions and several international NGOs. So with his team in different regions, he really contributes to a better prevention of blindness by promoting holistic and sustainable eye care. He also promotes inclusive education approach for children with visual impairment and support special education for blind children. So Jean-Marie, the floor is yours.
Merci beaucoup, merci pour la parole. Au fait, Lumière pour le monde Belgique au Congo met en œuvre des projets de promotion de la santé oculaire. Et en connexion avec ces projets de santé oculaire, nous développons depuis 2012 des expériences terrain, des expériences pilotes sur l'éducation inclusive au Congo. D'autant plus que l'éducation inclusive est relativement récente dans ces pays. Alors, ces expériences terrain, nous les avons résumées dans une vidéo que les organisateurs peuvent faire visionner et nous répondrons à des questions relatives à cette vidéo après.
Aujourd'hui, nous allons nous pencher sur l'approche multisectorielle que met en œuvre Lumière pour le monde Belgique. Il est question dans les courts éléments de mettre en exergue quel type de coordination faut-il entre différents secteurs et acteurs pour l'éducation en faveur des enfants en situation d'handicap. L'ONG belge Lumière pour le monde partagera ici les différentes expériences issues de son projet pilote d'éducation des enfants malvoyants à Lubumbashi. Pour ce faire, nous allons nous entretenir avec différentes personnalités qui interviennent dans ce projet, bien sûr en commençant par Dr Jean-Marie Nwenga qui est du bureau Lumière pour le monde au Congo.
Dans la région sud du Congo où nous intervenons, nous avons une double mission. La première mission, c'est de lutter contre la cécité évitable Et par rapport à cette mission, nous sommes déjà à 4 hôpitaux du niveau provincial qu'on a développé, hôpitaux spécialisés des yeux. Et nous avons développé des unités ophtalmologiques dans 10 hôpitaux des districts, dans des milieux ruraux. Alors il y a une deuxième mission, c'est celle de réduire l'impact de la déficience visuelle irréversible sur les enfants, des enfants pour qui fait d'ailleurs l'objet de notre entretien de ce jour. La zone d'intervention qui nous est attribuée est très vaste. C'est une région qui comporte 9 provinces. Et deuxième chose, c'est que l'éducation inclusive elle-même est une approche très récente dans ces pays. C'est pour cela que pour démarrer, nous avons préféré démarrer par un projet pilote dans une seule ville et consolider suffisamment ce projet avant de passer à l'échelle. Et c'est ainsi que depuis 2013, nous développons des projets pilotes successifs dans cette seule ville de Lubumbashi pour vulgariser l'approche avant de pouvoir aller ailleurs. Mais au fait, l'éducation inclusive, c'est quoi? C'est un paradigme d'enseignement qui consiste à transformer des milieux éducatifs ordinaires pour permettre à tous les enfants, y compris ceux en situation de handicap, de concrétiser leur potentialité sur le plan scolaire, mais aussi sur le plan social. Et donc, dans le cadre de mise en œuvre de ces projets pilotes que nous menons à Lubumbashi, nous faisons intervenir 2 secteurs principalement, de manière active. C'est le secteur de l'éducation, mais aussi le secteur de la santé. Mais subsidiairement, nous faisons aussi intervenir le secteur du social.
Je m'appelle Thérèse Chibola. Je suis en 3e scientifique au lycée Tchondo. J'aime aller à l'école, surtout à partir du moment où je suis suivie par Madame Béatrice. Mes problèmes de vision ont commencé il y a 7 ans et c'était mon enseignant de 3e primaire qui l'avait constaté et a convoqué mes parents pour leur mettre au courant. Et j'ai été référée à la clinique. Et depuis, je bénéficie des lunettes et monoculaires et je me sens bien à l'aise parce que je vois mieux et je regarde et j'écris aussi mieux dans mon cahier. J'aime aider les autres enfants qui souffrent des maladies comme moi. Mon plus grand rêve est de devenir médecin pour aider ces enfants qui souffrent des mêmes maladies que moi.
Je suis l'assistant technique du responsable de la cellule d'éducation inclusive de la coordination diocésaine des écoles catholiques, CODILU en sigle. Alors pour ce qui est de notre travail, en fait, il s'agit de l'implémentation de l'approche éducation inclusive. Alors cette implémentation dans le contexte qui nous concerne actuellement exige de prime abord un important volet de sensibilisation des acteurs concernés par cette éducation inclusive. Nous menons cette sensibilisation par plusieurs modalités. Il y a d'abord des ateliers que nous organisons, des ateliers à l'intention des directeurs d'école, à l'intention des inspecteurs et des enseignants. Il y a également des séances d'échange et d'encouragement entre différents acteurs. Il y a aussi le témoignage de certains enfants qui, ayant terminé l'un ou l'autre cycle de leur formation, ils ont acquis un certain succès. Et enfin, il y a une communication directe aux enseignants, une communication directe avec les parents, soit à l'école, soit à domicile. Et c'est des sortes d'entretiens directs avec les parents, avec les enseignants d'éducation sanitaire, donc l'éducation physique. Il y a aussi les parents directement, donc des entretiens comme ça. Pour le recrutement des enfants cibles de notre programme, nous avons plusieurs voies par lesquelles nous essayons de les recruter. Il y a d'abord, premièrement, la clinique ophtalmologique Saint-Yvonne avec qui on travaille en partenariat, qui nous réfère des enfants qui ont été amenés chez eux par les parents et qui, à la fin du processus, ont été déclarés basse vision. Il y a également des campagnes de dépistage scolaire, des campagnes actives que nous organisons dans les écoles, bien sûr avec l'expertise de la clinique. Et aussi, on recourt à certaines ONG de foi qui nous réfèrent des enfants, surtout des enfants qui ont abandonné les études à cause de leur déficience visuelle. Les enseignants itinérants, ici chez nous, ce sont les professionnels de l'éducation, donc des enseignants qui ont été formés en pédagogie et qui finalement ont été initiés à l'approche d'éducation inclusive et qui sont basés au niveau de la cellule pour assurer le suivi des enfants malvoyants en itinérance. Alors ces suivis, d'une manière générale d'abord, c'est qu'ils doivent élaborer le plan d'intervention individuelle. Et à partir de ce plan, on essaie d'écrire les actions à mener pour intervenir en fonction de tel ou tel autre enfant. Alors après ça, ils vont faire des visites à domicile ou à l'école pour pouvoir mettre en place les dispositions de ces plans. Et puis enfin, s'il y a des enfants, des élèves qui éprouvent des difficultés d'apprentissage, ces enseignants essayent de les encadrer pour un renforcement des capacités. Et puis, finalement, ils peuvent aussi évaluer, en cas de besoin, les matériels didactiques que les enseignants utilisent dans les classes et essayer de les adapter pour pouvoir le mettre à disposition de ces enfants-là. Et aussi, à part ces suivis généraux, il y a un soutien qu'on peut appeler un soutien médical optique que ces enseignants essaient de donner vis-à-vis de ces élèves malvoyants. Et en cela, c'est qu'ils accompagnent les élèves dans le processus d'acquisition des aides optiques à la clinique Saint-Yvonne et aussi à comment utiliser judicieusement tous ces supports qu'on leur donne pour leur faciliter de bien participer aux leçons. Et ils doivent en fait s'arranger, faire en sorte que chaque élève puisse avoir des aides optiques adéquates, donc des lunettes ou des aides de basse vision. Et aussi, s'il y a des examens prescrits, ils doivent s'arranger pour que ces enfants-là puissent passer ces examens à temps pour éviter effectivement des désagréments dans le cas où il n'y a pas de suivi. Et aussi, on passe dans les familles, ils passent dans les familles pour encourager les parents, les frères des enfants malvoyants, pour qu'ils puissent avoir un peu plus d'empathie par rapport à leurs membres.
Je travaille comme enseignant itinérant pour le programme d'éducation inclusive de la Codilou. J'assure le suivi de l'élève Chibola Thérèse depuis 2015 qui a les problèmes de vue. Chaque fois qu'elle passe des classes, je m'assure qu'elle se trouve à une place convenable en classe. Et les aides optiques dont elle dispose sont en bon état. S'il y a des plaintes à ce sujet, je refais l'enfant à la clinique Saint-Yvonne pour d'autres examens de basse vision et des renouvellements des aides optiques en cas de besoin. Je sensibilise l'enseignant titulaire et le parent pour le meilleur usage des aides optiques octroyées par la clinique. Et j'assure le suivi pour s'assurer d'un bon déroulement des tours. Quelquefois, j'aide l'élève à répéter quelques matières qui lui semblent difficiles, comme les mathématiques par exemple. Aussi, surtout en début d'année scolaire, je sensibilise ses collègues de classe, le parent et les membres de sa famille pour briser toute forme de stigmatisation ou de trop d'attention à son regard.
Moi, c'est Dr Ndaye Francine, médecin à la clinique ophtalmologique Saint-Yvonne, médecin-chef de staff. De la façon dont nous travaillons, on travaille en étroite collaboration avec le programme d'éducation inclusive pour guider les enfants malvoyants de la meilleure façon possible. Dans un premier temps, notre équipe médicale consulte ces enfants. Parfois, ils souffrent d'une maladie oculaire banale comme la conjonctivite, auquel nous apportons un traitement qui est facile. D'autres souffrent de cataracte. La cataracte qui est une opacification du cristallin et qui nous donne une cécité réversible. Là, un traitement opératoire majeur permet de rendre la vue à cette catégorie d'enfants. Malheureusement, il y a un certain nombre d'enfants dont la déficience visuelle est irréversible et pour qui nous ne pouvons pas aider avec les médicaments. Alors là, nous orientons ces enfants-là dans des services spécialisés comme l'optique et la thérapie visuelle pour obtenir des aides appropriées. Alors, en passant, je veux vous présenter M. Dan, qui est à la thérapie visuelle et qui est point focal éducation inclusive.
Nous déterminons quand même les catégories. Donc, on parle de catégorisation des enfants malvoyants. En dehors de cela, nous avons aussi le suivi médical parce que nous avons un système d'appel. Il faut retrouver ces enfants qui ne répondent plus au rendez-vous. C'est pour leur bien, nous avons ce système d'appel. Et aussi, nous avons un système de préparation. C'est comme à l'école maternelle, donc le pré-maternel. Donc, nous préparons ces enfants à l'écriture noire. Ils ont quand même une vision, une petite vision, bien que cette vision, nous l'avons appuyée avec les aides optiques et les aides non optiques. Donc, ces enfants doivent faire l'écriture noire, donc raison pour laquelle ils passent par ce que nous appelons l'entraînement vision fonctionnelle et l'entraînement écriture noire. Voilà ce que nous faisons.
Okay. Thank you very much, Dr. Jean-Marie, for sharing with us this video. And maybe I will grab the opportunity to open already the floor for questions, because we received already some questions for Shubeskia. If you can start. The first question was about, can you explain a little bit more about who are those big sisters? That's the first question. The second question was, did you have any particular difficulties by coordinating between different ministries? For example, the one of education, the one of health, the one of social affairs. And the last one was about the data that you are collecting, the EMS e-data. Is it aligned, the one that you collected, is it in line with the national one? So if you can start already with those three questions. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you for the question. So starting with Big Sister. Big Sister are basically the volunteer that we are using in our project, where we provide the training to the Big Sister. And then we have a concept of like Big Sister and Small Sister. So the beneficiaries are Small Sister, and then the Big Sister, they are the volunteer who are the community members. So rather than having the outsider, it will be, as we are working more on girls with disabilities, and then more on the Muslim community and Tarai region, where they don't want other people. Sorry for the interruption. Like, I'm so sorry. where we are working more on girls and then on Muslim community. So they want to have more like trust and trust from those community members. So we are mobilizing the community volunteer as a big sister who are trained and then who are providing the one-to-one support. So for one big sister, they will be responsible for the 8 sisters. So they will go to home visit, do these support to the family members as well as those little sisters. So that is the concept of the big sister, which we also call the volunteers. And then moving on to the challenge, yeah, it's very difficult to coordinate with all the ministry, especially when we are in Nepal, most of us are more isolated and working on the isolation. So one of the challenges that we are currently facing is on the integration of the data on children with disability. So we have a lot of discussion with the Ministry of Health, Ministry of Social Welfare, and Ministry of Education, because three different ministries, they have the 3 different systems. Like in terms of education, we have education management information system. In terms of health, we have health information management system. And then social welfare, they have those own disability ID card database system. So we wanted to integrate those all 3 into one. So we had a lot of discussion, and then we are still struggling to have the one database on children with disability. So at the federal level, it is very difficult because all of the ministry, they have been practicing the same system for a long time. So it will be like a challenge to change all those things. So because as now Nepal has moved into the federalization system, and at the municipality, there is just one focal data person who is responsible for the data collection of children with disability. So what we are doing is, rather than moving up from the federal system, we are trying to have those information from the local municipality, so that we are providing the training to the local municipality level, where just one person who is representing from the education, health, or social welfare will have the one database on children with disabilities. So yeah, it's the challenge is that they don't want they have their own system and they don't want to change their own system. If we talk about if we wanted to make these changes, so that is one of the challenges that we are currently facing. So rather than moving from the upward like federal, we are trying to do it from the downward, having the data from the local level, and then showing the evidence that this could be generated at the local level, and then it could be compiled at the federal level. So that is the one challenge. And then so basically, when I talk about the IMIS subsystem, it's we are working this as a pilot intervention. So under our current project, we are working with the IMIS department of Ministry of Education, as well as inclusive education section. So these two departments, we are closely working, and they have realized that disaggregated data on children with disability is the prime requirement, because currently IMIS system, they don't have the proper representation or the adequate number of children with disabilities. So they are convinced that we need the disaggregated data in terms of planning also. So for example, right now we just have a number of children with visual impairment. So we don't have how many children they are totally blind or how many are low vision. So if we don't have that disaggregated data, it's very difficult for the planning, like how many Braille books or how many books with the large print are needed. So they are convinced that it's very essential. So rather than just initiating and going it into the larger scale, so we are piloting this into some 10 districts at this stage. So at the end of the project period, our aim is to integrate that IMIS subsystem into the main IMIS system. So basically right now also, the data will be abstracted from the main IMIS system. All the background information, all the information about the children ID card, everything will be abstracted from the IMIS main system. We'll just have the disaggregated data on children with disability in the subsystem, so that we could generate evidence and then showcase to the government that this really works and this need to be integrated into the main IMIS system. That's it from my side. So any additional questions?
Thank you. Now for a moment, I will now go to Dr. Jean-Marie. Il y a une question pour vous par rapport aux enfants atteints de cécité. Doivent-ils prendre l'initiative seuls, prendre contact avec votre association? En faites-vous des campagnes où vous allez en contact avec les enfants même? C'est une question qui vient de Adnan.
Pardon, Nadia, vous pouvez répéter la question?
Oui, donc la question est votre approche par rapport aux enfants. Est-ce qu'ils doivent prendre eux-mêmes l'initiative de venir jusqu'à chez vous, ou est-ce que vous faites des campagnes et comme ça, vous êtes en contact avec les enfants et ils peuvent alors bénéficier de votre support?
En fait, nous avons 3 moyens pour recruter les enfants. Il y a la clinique ophtalmologique avec laquelle nous collaborons, qui nous réfère des enfants. Il y a des campagnes que nous organisons dans toutes les écoles de la ville. Et à travers ces campagnes-là, nous retrouvons les enfants malvoyants. Et puis, il y a aussi, nous recourons à des ONG locales, des ONG à base communautaire qui nous réfèrent des enfants qui ont abandonné l'école, des enfants malvoyants, qui voient dans des quartiers et ils nous les réfèrent. Donc, ce sont ces 3 voies-là qui nous permettent de recruter les enfants cibles de notre projet.
Okay. Merci. Puis il y a une deuxième question. Est-ce que la crise COVID-19, est-ce qu'elle vous a poussé vers une vision plus holistique par rapport à l'éducation inclusive, notamment ce qui concerne une approche beaucoup plus socialement économique?
Oui, l'approche nous a donné un certain nombre d'enseignements, mais pour l'instant, nous sommes que dans un projet pilote et nous sommes en train de nous organiser pour produire un projet à large échelle. Et d'ailleurs, nous comptons travailler avec le gouvernement pour, nous et les autres partenaires, dont Handicap International, travailler avec le gouvernement pour développer la stratégie nationale d'éducation inclusive qui va faire partie de la politique nationale d'éducation. Et c'est à cet instant-là que le prochain projet que nous sommes en train de préparer pourra prendre en compte tous les enseignements tirés de la pandémie COVID.
Okay, merci. Maybe I'll ask the question also to Sebastian. Did the COVID-19 measures had any impact about the approach that you are using on socio-economic and social affairs?
Basically, like when I talked about the adaptation plan, it's as we are more focusing on the education one, our effort has been shifted from the education into the more over into the precaution, and then about how to make more like hygiene and all those things. So in terms of implementation, one or two of our project has been hold because we are not able to move into the field because most of our activity has to happen at the field level. So right now, measure of our adaptation is done into the virtual mode. So we are also providing all the support to teachers or to the family member through the virtual, like in terms of the psychosocial also we are providing either through telephone or through the virtual mode. So we have been we are doing the adaptation of all this implementation that was planned in 2020.
Okay, thank you. Then another question, it's coming from me, the time that the audience are asking questions. Now during the COVID, is there any openness? For example, we noticed that in Europe, parents became paranoid and they avoid bringing their children to schools, but not everybody has access and the tools to follow online the courses. Do you have any similar experience in Nepal or in the Congo?
Yeah, in terms of Nepal, because as we know, geographically, we are very scattered, and in terms of access to all those resources, even for the radio, television, we have very less access for children with disability or children without disabilities also. So we have just conducted one rapid education assessment. And then there, when we do, it's most of the children, they don't have access for the learning. So their parents are not focused, because most of the parents, they are worried about their daily life skill or living rather than more on the learning or reading. So most of them have raised concern about whether their children will go back to school when these schools are reopened, because there is a long gap as because of COVID. They don't have the access to those learning things. And then when the assessment also found out that most of the children, they don't have the accessible teaching learning materials at their home. So in terms of Nepal, when we talk about most of the children, they are living either in the resource class as a residential or either in special school. So in both the cases, they are living in the hostel rather than with the parents. So parents right now, especially for children with hearing impairment, they are even facing difficulty to communicate in sign language, because they are not used to communicate, because they reside in the schools rather than with the parents. So they are facing communication problem and all those things, rather than focusing on more on the education side. Education, if you talk about children without disabilities also, because of lack of access to all those resources, we are not able to provide. It's a research are saying that only 20% have access to all those resources that has been provided by the government of Nepal. So in terms of children with disability, more than like around 2-3% only have the access to such learning opportunity right now.
Okay, thank you. I'm sad to hear that. Dr Jean-Marie, par rapport au Congo, vous avez aussi des vocabulaires?
Oui, au Congo, il faut dire que depuis l'arrivée de la pandémie, il y a eu un état d'urgence qui a été décrété par le gouvernement, et toutes les activités ont été suspendues, dont les activités scolaires, jusqu'au mois de septembre, jusqu'au début septembre, où les activités ont repris. Et pendant plus on a des initiatives ne sont pas à distance et autres. Donc, il n'y a pas eu d'activité particulière pendant cette période. Mais à la réouverture, c'est-à-dire après le confinement, nos équipes ont été mises sur pied pour assister les enfants à pouvoir finir l'année scolaire, et ça s'est bien passé, parce qu'il y a un taux de réussite de plus de 70%, et voilà ce que je peux dire. Voilà.
Okay. Merci beaucoup. Thank you both for sharing with us this very important experience lived online, and also showing the benefits of a multi-sectoral approach and how it really can help within the community to support children with disabilities to have access to education as equal level as all the other children. So thank you very much. I will hand over to Marie to introduce, or maybe to introduce the next panel, please.
Yes.
Thank you, Marie.
Okay. Merci beaucoup, merci Nadia, merci Jean-Marie, merci Juexia pour ces interventions très intéressantes. J'annonce la pause café, donc 10 minutes. Il est 14h04 chez moi. J'espère que c'est la même heure chez vous. Donc, c'est le temps de vous servir une tasse de thé, une tasse de café, de vous dégourdir les jambes. Et nous reprenons dans 10 minutes. Donc, entre-temps, je vous conseille de laisser votre son allumé. Comme ça, vous entendez la petite musique de fond qui vous accompagnera pendant cette pause. Bien sûr, vous pouvez continuer à vous parler via le chat public. Et on se retrouvera après la pause, donc autour de 14h15. À tout à l'heure. Merci. Bonjour tout le monde, vous participez toujours à la conférence d'Educate. Donc après la première session de cet après-midi, on va continuer avec la deuxième session avec des intervenants de nouveau des 4 coins du monde. L'avantage de faire une conférence en 2 fois, c'est qu'on peut s'améliorer. Donc le chat public a été super bien utilisé pendant la première session et donc continuez comme ça pendant la deuxième session. N'oubliez pas, quand vous avez des questions pour les intervenants, donc vous vous adressez aux experts, d'utiliser le chat privé. C'est plus facile pour les modérateurs. Nous n'aurons peut-être pas la possibilité de répondre à toutes les questions, mais nous y reviendrons ultérieurement. L'enregistrement de la conférence ainsi que tous les documents seront disponibles sur le site internet www.educate.be à partir de la semaine prochaine. Je vous souhaite à toutes et à tous une très bonne conférence. Et entre-temps, n'hésitez pas, comme tout à l'heure, à communiquer via les réseaux sociaux en utilisant le hashtag Educate2020. Eddie, je vous passe la parole. Je vous souhaite une bonne continuation de la conférence Educate sur l'éducation inclusive. Merci.
Thank you very much, Maria. I will continue in English. And welcome to everybody to the second session of the second day of the Educate Conference 2020. We will focus today in this session on a holistic approach to inclusion and how to tackle barriers to gender equality in education, both through research and practice. I'm very happy and honored to be able to moderate this session and to have very interesting speakers that I will shortly present to you. Let me briefly introduce myself. I am National Director of Plan International Belgium. I have joined Plan International Belgium relatively recently in September of this year in very particular circumstances, and that are also the circumstances and the reasons why we are meeting in a digital manner today. I have about 20 years of experience in the development cooperation and human rights world, and the most inspiring encounters are the ones of meeting people that actually enable change. And I think in this session today, we have 3 people that are change enablers, and I'm looking forward to hear from them. Before we hear from them, we actually want to do a little test with you. You have been undoubtedly listening to the GEM Gender Report 2020. And so we're gonna put some geek questions on the webinar, on the screen, and we would like to invite you to guess or guesstimate what the answer is, or just have a very informed and knowledgeable answer. So the first question that you should see on the screen right now is thinking about enrollment in primary and secondary education globally. Are there, according to you, less girls than boys, more girls than boys, or an equal amount of girls and boys enrolled in primary and secondary education? You can think about it and just write down your answer. The correct answer is C, and this is according to figures from 2018. There are an equal number of boys and girls enrolled in primary and secondary education, and that is a very good result. However, we still see that there are still great disparities, despite the significant progress that has been made, especially in South Asia and India. But the reality still is that today, out of all the children not going to school, 75% of them are girls. We go to our second question. What is the percentage of countries that have, in which education ministries have sponsored laws to promote gender equality in education? Is that 35%, 50%, or 75%? The correct answer is B. That is actually a very encouraging number, 50%. However, the reality is that in practice, these laws still fail very often due to lack of political will or no budgets assigned or no monitoring tools. So there is also still a lot of work to do. The final question before we dive into this session is, globally, what is the percentage of adults who consider that gender discrimination is the most important global problem in the world according to the World Values Survey? Is that 8%, 14%, or 3%? The correct answer is 8%. And it actually demonstrates that change in education will only happen when the gender norms are also changed and that the unequal gender norms are eliminated. A return to traditional values is actually jeopardizing progress in terms of gender equality, and there is an increase of gender biases that has been observed in the countries surveyed. So that actually gives you a bit of an overview, both of the potential on the one hand, but also the challenges on the other hand. The figures are from the GEM report that was mentioned last week and presented last week in the conference. And I also want to just mention a few of the numbers from that report, showing that when all women would have completed their primary education, then maternal death would be reduced by 2/3. And if all of them would have gone to secondary school, child death would be cut by half, and that would save about 3 million lives. There would also be 2/3 fewer child marriages. And if all girls in Sub-Saharan Africa and South and West Asia would have had secondary education, teenage pregnancies would drop by 60%. These numbers show that education is much more than just learning how to read and learning how to write. These numbers show the potential and the true leverage of education. Challenges in education remain, and they're actually aggravated by situations of poverty, by situations of conflict, by disability, and at times also by ethnicity and ethnic grouping. In addition to all these challenges, today we face the challenge of COVID-19, and we know that the risks of losing gains in terms of gender equality in education risk to extend beyond today's generation. All the more important that we hear from people who work in this field in countries around the world to see how can we make progress and how can we consolidate some of the progress made. This session will explore the responses to some of these barriers to girls' education, such as poverty, child marriage, gender-based violence, social norms, and we will learn from them how they can be approached in a holistic manner. I would first like to give the floor to Balkissa Aruna Bra from Niger. Balkissa is passionate about gender equality and social justice issues. She is one of the winners of the 2017 Sahel Leadership Program. She has an advanced, she finished an advanced studies in gender and development in Geneva and has a master's degree in international management. Today, she is the program advisor for Niger of the Girls First Fund. It's an initiative focusing on supporting community-based organizations to prevent child marriage. But before that, she was the manager of Saraounia, a girls' education project for Enable from 2016 to 2019. And today, she's so kind to share that experience with us today in that session. You have the floor, Balkissa.
Merci beaucoup, Eddy. Je vais partager la présentation. On peut passer la présentation?
C'est fait, Balkissa.
Oh, je ne vois rien. Attendez. C'est bizarre. C'est bizarre, je ne le vois pas.
Moi, je la vois.
Ah.
Oui.
Je vais Si j'éteins la vidéo, je vais essayer d'éteindre la vidéo pour voir. Je ne sais pas. Excusez.
Balkissa, peut-être tu peux changer la mode dans laquelle tu vois le Zoom.
Le mode. Ah, attends. Affichage. Oui, ok, je vois maintenant.
C'est bon?
Oui.
Balkissa, tu vois ta présentation maintenant?
Je le vois, mais en fait, c'est au niveau de l'écran du traducteur. C'est bizarre.
Tu peux commencer et si tu vois ton écran, il suffit de dire next slide ou et puis tu peux le lancer.
Ok, attendez. Ok, je le vois.
C'est bon?
Oui, excusez pour...
Super, non, c'est pas grave.
Oui.
Vas-y.
Ok, merci. Je vais commencer ma présentation en partageant deux éléments du contexte du Niger qui sont essentiels pour tout projet de scolarisation des filles. Tout d'abord, il s'agit de la forte prévalence d'une pratique traditionnelle qui est ancrée dans les normes sociales, c'est le mariage des enfants. Il faut savoir qu'au Niger, c'est environ 30% des filles qui sont déjà mariées à l'âge de 15 ans. Le second élément du contexte qui est essentiel, c'est la persistance d'inégalités de genre dans tout le système éducatif, depuis le cycle primaire et plus particulièrement au cycle secondaire qui nous concerne. Slide. Voilà. Comme vous le voyez dans le graphique à ma droite, entre 2003 et 2013, donc sur une période de 10 ans, l'écart entre le taux brut de scolarisation des garçons et celui des filles au cycle secondaire, cet écart est resté quasiment identique. C'est pourquoi, en fait, un des défis majeurs pour un projet de scolarisation des filles qui intervient au Niger, ce n'est pas vraiment l'amélioration de l'accès de ces filles à une éducation de qualité, mais plutôt l'amélioration des conditions de rétention. Le projet doit faire le maximum pour minimiser les risques d'abandon scolaire par ces filles. Slide. C'est dans ce contexte plein de défis que le projet Saraounia a vu le jour. Je vais partager maintenant quelques éléments sur ce projet. Ce projet, donc, qui a été mis en œuvre par l'Agence belge de développement, avait pour objectif d'améliorer les conditions de rétention de 1000 jeunes filles scolarisées au niveau de 6 collèges ruraux dans la région de Dosso. Je dois préciser ici que les 6 collèges ruraux où nous sommes intervenus sont des collèges qui n'avaient jamais reçu d'appui d'aucun partenaire au développement auparavant. Nous avons travaillé de 2016 à 2019 avec un budget de 800 000 €. Nous avions 4 résultats à atteindre. Le premier résultat consistait en fait à améliorer les infrastructures, notamment les infrastructures sanitaires, avec la construction de blocs de latrines. Le second résultat consistait à améliorer les conditions d'accueil, donc en termes d'appui en équipement pédagogique, équipement de sport et aussi des tables-bancs. Le troisième résultat attendu était que les communautés cibles ont été sensibilisées en genre et éducation. Et le dernier résultat, finalement, c'était en fait une expérimentation pilote d'un nouveau type d'infrastructure inédit en milieu rural. C'est la case d'études. Je vais revenir dans la prochaine slide là-dessus. Pendant ces 3 ans, nous avons travaillé en étroite collaboration avec la Direction régionale des enseignements secondaires de la région de Dosso. Slide. Là, vous avez une image d'une case d'études. Je suis d'accord avec vous, ça ne ressemble pas à une case. En fait, c'est la case d'études, il faut voir ça comme c'est un concept. L'objectif, c'est de donner un lieu en fait sécurisé avec tous les livres, tous les équipements nécessaires où les filles, lorsqu'elles sont de retour dans leur village après la fin des cours, elles peuvent aller en toute tranquillité pour réviser sans craindre d'être dérangées par les mères qui les sollicitent souvent comme aide dans les tâches ménagères. Et selon les résultats de l'évaluation finale indépendante du projet qui a été réalisée en juin 2019, Saraounia a été une expérience pilote réussie. Il y a 4 facteurs particulièrement qui ont été déterminants dans cette réussite. Tout d'abord, en fait, le projet a réussi à conscientiser les communautés rurales cibles sur les inégalités scolaires vécues par leurs filles. Ce que je veux dire, c'est que le projet a amené ces communautés à comprendre d'abord et à accepter l'existence même de ces inégalités, ce qui n'était pas le cas auparavant. Le second élément, c'est que le projet a réalisé des infrastructures, donc les latrines, les cases d'études qui étaient inédites dans le milieu, mais aussi des terrains multisports. Et en plus des équipements aussi qui ont été accordés à chacun de ces établissements, cela a permis de combler non pas seulement les besoins pratiques de ces filles, mais aussi leurs besoins stratégiques, ce qui a favorisé la création en fait, d'un environnement scolaire plus inclusif au niveau de chacune de ces communautés. Le troisième élément, c'est que le projet a introduit des nouvelles pratiques dans l'environnement scolaire d'un collège rural au Niger. Des nouvelles pratiques, je parle notamment des voyages d'études. Des voyages d'études à Niamey, la capitale, et même à l'extérieur du Niger, le Bénin. Imaginez ce que peut représenter un voyage d'études pour des jeunes filles qui viennent de familles très pauvres et qui n'avaient jamais voyagé auparavant en dehors de leur village. Ça a été vraiment un puissant outil d'autonomisation de ces filles. Le dernier facteur de succès sur lequel je voudrais insister, c'est que le projet a réussi à responsabiliser les leaders locaux, et là je parle des leaders traditionnels comme les chefs de village et les leaders religieux comme les marabouts, en les motivant à s'engager bénévolement dans la dynamique de sensibilisation sur le genre et l'éducation dans leur propre communauté. Ce que le projet a fait, en fait, c'est que nous avons incité chacune de ces communautés à mettre en place un comité local inclusif où tous les acteurs, les parties prenantes clés au niveau de la communauté participent. Donc, un représentant du chef de village ou le chef de village lui-même, un représentant des leaders religieux, un représentant de l'association des parents d'élèves, une représentante de l'association des mères d'élèves que nous appelons ici AME, un représentant de l'équipe pédagogique, une représentante des élèves filles, un représentant des élèves garçons. Chaque comité a la responsabilité d'élaborer son propre plan d'action et de le mettre en œuvre. Et nous avons fait un contrat avec une ONG locale qui a affecté une animatrice qui est généralement issue aussi de cette communauté. Et le rôle de cette animatrice, en fait, c'est d'être comme un appui-conseil donc aux membres des comités. Ce que je dois dire, c'est que suite à cette approche, nous avons remarqué donc au sein de ces communautés des leaders, donc des chefs de village et des leaders religieux qui s'engagent ouvertement et publiquement contre le mariage des enfants et en faveur de la scolarisation des filles dans leur communauté. C'est un changement de taille parce que c'est un sujet tellement sensible qu'auparavant, ces leaders ne discutaient même pas sur cette question. Je vais terminer la présentation. Il y a beaucoup de choses à dire sur le projet Saraounia, mais donc il y a un temps limité. Donc, mais ce que je voudrais terminer en partageant des citations qui ont été faites par deux jeunes filles exceptionnelles qui ont été impliquées de près dans nos activités. Elles ont participé notamment au voyage d'études. Dans chacune des 6 communautés rurales où nous avons travaillé, il y a des jeunes filles exceptionnelles comme Sherifa et Amina. Et ces jeunes filles ont des points communs. Le premier point commun, c'est que ce sont des jeunes filles brillantes qui excellent dans leurs études, et ce, malgré tous les obstacles qu'elles rencontrent. Le second point commun, c'est que ce sont des jeunes filles, en fait, qui sont courageuses et qui susciteraient l'admiration de n'importe qui verrait les conditions très précaires dans lesquelles elles vivent. Le troisième élément, finalement, c'est que ce sont des jeunes filles qui ont fait preuve d'une résilience à l'abandon scolaire impressionnante. Une résilience tellement impressionnante qu'elle a été une source d'inspiration pour toutes celles et ceux, comme moi, qui avons eu la chance de les connaître donc, dans le cadre de la mise en œuvre de ce projet. Je terminerai sur ces mots et donc merci beaucoup pour votre attention.
Thank you very much, Balkisa, and it is very good to see how it's difficult to stop somebody who is really passionate about it. So it's wonderful to hear your country, your experiences and story. Just a very brief question, but I really encourage you to be very brief. You talk about inclusive school environment, and can you explain how that inclusive environment is so important to actually keep girls in school and to have a higher retention rate of girls in school? Can you just give a very brief answer to that? Thank you.
Merci, Heidi. Je pense que si on prend le contexte dans lequel le projet est intervenu, imaginez un peu des écoles où les élèves sont assis par terre, à même le sol. Et là, quand on fait des investissements, par exemple, on leur amène des tables bancs, on améliore les infrastructures, on leur donne accès à des latrines, ça améliore la motivation de ces filles et leurs aspirations scolaires. Parce que autrement, ces filles, en fait, la majorité d'entre elles, elles ne sont pas motivées pour poursuivre leurs études donc dans ces conditions. Et je vous ai parlé tantôt des filles qui sont exceptionnelles. Ces filles sont des minorités dans les milieux. Donc, la majorité des filles, elles, les obstacles sont tellement élevés dans l'environnement qu'elles abandonnent. Donc, l'amélioration de l'environnement scolaire inclusif est un facteur de rétention des filles. Je ne sais pas.
Thank you very much, Balkisa. Thank you for that clarification. We will move on to our second speaker, Humberto Camacho, and he is joining us from Cochabamba in Bolivia. He has a bachelor's degree in civil engineering and a master of science in water resource management from the Netherlands, and he has been selected to join the Humphrey Fellowship Program at the University of California, Davis, to work on sustainable and inclusive management. Today, he joins us as the national coordinator of the Bolivian Planning and Development Office of OFPROBEL, and that OFPROBEL is a partner of Via Don Bosco, an NGO addressing the development needs of vulnerable girls and boys, their families and communities. Humberto is also on a daily basis experiencing the importance of gender and girls' empowerment, as he is the single man in his household and being a very proud father of 2 daughters, as he shared with us. Humberto, you have the floor, and we're looking forward to hear your experiences.
Thank you very much, Heidi. It's a privilege and an honor to be here on behalf of my colleagues from Via Don Bosco to share some of the experiences from Salations of Don Bosco, technical and vocational education and training centers in Bolivia. We've been collaborating with Via Don Bosco since the year 2000, and we want to share these experiences as part of the adapting the learning environment experiences. Next slide, please. I would like to start with some information from the context where we are working in. So Bolivia, as part of the Latin American region, is not doing really well when it comes to a gender holistic approach. So the numbers I'm presenting, I apologize, the slides are only in Spanish. The idea is not really to go through them in detail, but I just want to mention that when it comes to violence based on gender, 7 out of 10 women are going to suffer some kind of sexual abuse at a certain point of their lives. Bolivia is only after El Salvador and Honduras when it comes to femicides rate, with a really high rate of femicides. And even though there are some government approaches and activities going on to stop gender-based violence, only a very small percentage of women are going to really have some benefits and some results when it comes to looking for justice. So 98% of femicides in Latin America are going to remain impune. I love the picture in the middle with this indigenous woman from the Andean region in Bolivia as part of a civil movement activity asking for a Bolivia free of violence against women. So under this context, next slide, please. What we are trying to do within TVET centers in Bolivia, we really focus on vulnerable target groups. We know we are working with a really vulnerable groups of migrants who comes from shelters, who are single parents, and we know that we have to look to some specific attention to them when it comes to access and retention as part of professional educational services. We are working on leveling courses. We try to provide some scholarship for students, those vulnerable groups, to remain and to access the offer that we have as part of the centers. When it comes to empowerment, we need to work on self-esteem. We need to work on healthy relationships and positive attitudes with these groups. We have an open training offer with no gender and no role differentiation. So women and men can really decide based on information provided to them what's the career and what's the approach they would like to pursue. When it comes to representativeness, we open the floor for student boards and decision-making platforms for them to really feel part of a group and where they can really have a voice and their voices are going to be respected. When it comes to job intermediation, we have been working with Via Don Bosco really hard to provide them with the needed tools. We've been working with the Labor International Office to provide the students with really specific information about what are the rights and duties when it comes to applying for a job. And we've been working also to provide them with entrepreneurial skills as part of the training offer. Some complementary services that we've been implementing are related with the situation where many women are facing early family obligations and responsibilities. So we've been working on children's centers, not only to leave their children for a few hours over there, but also to really try to work on an early stimulation approach with those little boys and girls. And of course, we have to do this under a networking with public and private actors who are trying to do something and to improve the situation when it comes to gender issues in the country. Next slide, please. So this is how it looks like, a typical training center. We have a combination of activities. A really important aspect is that we work really closely with teachers, with the main boards of directors of the centers, in this process of trying to bring together the perspectives of a gender approach, women trying to get into traditionally men-based careers, for example, and the other way around, working with, again, actors who are part of civil society activities, government policies to improve the gender issues going on the country, and the daily activities, the important role of teachers, both men and women, with their own experiences that are coming and that are being addressed on daily basis. The next slide, please. And the same, when we mentioned that we have opened the training offer for both men and women, it's really interesting to see those roles that are no longer specifically addressed only to men and women, but we have both being part of different career options, working together and trying to really build a new understanding when it comes to what are the roles and what are the duties for genders under educational environment, and coming all together to really address and tackle barriers and problems from a combination of ideas and stimulation processes. Please, the final slide. So I really loved this picture, and I would say an image speaks more than 1,000 words. So no more violence based on gender issues, and no more femicides really occurring on a country where we are so diverse, where we have so much power to improve and to do something. And that's part of the activities we are running again on daily basis as part of these Salesian training centers. That's the information I wanted to share with you, and I'm really glad again to be here today. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Huberto. We're very happy to have you with us, and thank you for sharing these very interesting experiences. I hear you mention, the importance of elements such as self-esteem, healthy relationships, positive attitudes, participation in decision-making, and that all of these are so important in terms of empowerment. Can you share a little bit how you went about that, and how do you foster that in young girls and boys, because these are soft skills?
Right. Again, when we start what's the group, the specific target group we are working with, so are really vulnerable groups where their rights have been put under risk, right? So we work again under an open environment. We really focus on the experiences that the whole educational community can bring on the floor. Again, teachers, parents of the students, and self-esteem. We need to let them know that they have to start loving themselves on the first hand. When it comes to healthy relationships, we need to know and we need to provide them with skills and tools to make an early abuse report when we are listening those numbers. Again, sexual abuse, femicides, they need to know that they can really do an early abuse report and that their voices have to be listened. When it comes to positive attitudes, this is against a negative environment we are really working in, and we need to them let know that they are safe under the environment they are going through on daily basis with their fellows, both men and women. Soft skills like teamwork, like problem resolution, and a very important skill for them is to keep learning, not stopping after they conclude training courses, but the possibility for them to keep learning and improving themselves. And decision making, again, to let them know that their voices count and that they have values and rights that have to be respected. So we work, again, those aspects as part of a whole, with a holistic approach, with the educational community we bring together in the spaces they are learning.
Thank you very much, Humberto, for sharing that experience. Before we move to our third speaker, I want to remind all the participants that you can address specific questions to our speakers, and you're encouraged to formulate your specific questions in the private chat box, so that in the Q&A session we can see them there, and then our speakers can respond to your questions. Let me move to our third speaker, Adeline Nouemou. Adeline is joining us from Benin. She is from the commune of Kobli, and she is a young and proud female activist at Plan International Belgium, Benin, but has worked with Plan International Belgium as well, because throughout her studies, she has been supported by a project that was promoting girls' leadership through sports. And that one was in collaboration with Plan International Belgium, specifically in Benin. She is today a member of Sports Association of her community. She is a former captain of a football team. And Adeline actually is passionate about fighting stereotypes towards girls and for the respect of their rights. She is studying at the University of Barakou, and she is forming a solid base to become a fantastic lawyer soon. Adeline, the floor is yours.
Bonjour. Ok, moi c'est Nouemou Adeline. Comme vous l'avez dit, je suis étudiante à l'université de Barakou. Je suis béninoise et j'ai été capitaine de mon équipe de foot où je me suis battue contre les stéréotypes envers les filles et pour le respect de leurs droits. J'ai échappé également à la déscolarisation après le décès de mon papa grâce aux interventions et à l'accompagnement du Plan International Bénin. Next slide. En ce qui concerne mon engagement pour une éducation exclusive des filles à travers le sport, par ailleurs, avec mes pairs, nous avons conduit une sensibilisation de proximité en direction des parents pour la scolarisation des enfants, surtout les filles, ainsi que leur maintien à l'école. J'ai pris une part très active aux activités de la campagne de lutte contre les grossesses précoces, aussi bien au niveau de ma commune et au niveau du département de la Takora. J'ai visité les domiciles de mes camarades en difficulté, organisé des cours d'études ensemble pour soutenir les faibles. Les séances de sensibilisation sur les grossesses précoces et sur notre santé sexuelle reproductive grâce à Plan International. La participation aux émissions radio sur les questions de protection de la fille et le maintien à l'école. Next slide. En ce qui concerne les progrès, 3 autres clubs se sont créés dans la commune avec l'appui de Madame le préfet du département de la Takora et de plan international. Dans le département, plusieurs autres clubs de football féminin se sont créés et participent maintenant aux compétitions nationales. Notre combat pour la lutte contre les grossesses précoces est à présent porté au plus haut niveau par Madame le préfet de la Takora à travers la campagne de sensibilisation zéro grossesse au milieu scolaire. Les échanges sur la question de la lutte contre les violences sur les filles sont entrés les agendas des questions à débattre au sein des établissements scolaires. Avec notre détermination et notre soutien mutuel, plusieurs filles ont échappé au mariage précoce et ont obtenu leur bac, pendant que d'autres ont leur diplôme de qualification professionnelle. Next slide. Mes défis pour l'avenir. Sensibiliser les jeunes garçons pour qu'ils s'impliquent dans la lutte contre l'inclusion des filles, les stéréotypes du genre. Faire le plaidoyer auprès des organisations locales afin qu'elles soutiennent les filles, les orphelins et les enfants vulnérables pour les scolarisations. Former les filles des clubs de football sur l'utilisation de l'Internet pour défendre les droits et bien s'informer. Réussir à saisir les opportunités d'esprit pour porter la voix des filles en faveur de l'égalité de genre à la fin du mariage et des grossesses précoces. Réussir à devenir une activiste de droit de la fille et apporter mon soutien à toutes les initiatives de promotion du leadership de la fille. Obtenir mon master en droit et m'inscrire à l'école doctorale pour devenir avocate. Merci.
Thank you very much, Adeline, and we wish you all the best with your studies right now. I just wanted to add maybe 2 questions. You've been very much involved in awareness campaigns against teenage pregnancies. How widespread do you think is the issue of teenage pregnancies in your community, and how do you think that education or football can contribute to delay a girl's first pregnancy?
Merci pour la question. En ce qui concerne les grossesses précoces, sont assez courantes dans ma localité et touchent plusieurs adolescents de nos collèges, y compris dans les écoles primaires. Rien que l'année scolaire dernière, plus de 100 filles ont été concernées par ce phénomène, aussi bien celles qui sont scolarisées que celles qui sont non scolarisées. Dès lors, toutes les initiatives de promotion du leadership des filles et qui incluent les renforcements de compétences de vie courante contribuent à lutter contre ce phénomène, et c'est en cela que la pratique de football est un espace privilégié qui permet de doter les filles compétentes, permettant de retarder la survenue d'une grossesse.
Merci. Thank you, Adeline, for that. We are having now a session of questions and answers. As we said, please do put your questions in the chat box, in the private chat box. That is the easiest way to have questions for our speakers. And I already have received some questions. Balkisa, I have a question for you. The question is, please, can you clarify how did you recruit the students in the community? And before I give you the floor, I'm also already reading out a question for Umberto. Umberto, how did you go about the job intermediation program? And related to that also, when you work on job aspects, how do you prevent gender, traditional gender understanding to be reconfirmed? So I will first give the floor to Balkisa, and then I will come back to Umberto. Balkisa.
Ok, merci Heidi. Comment nous sélectionnons donc, les élèves filles qui ont participé à nos activités? En fait, comme l'objectif, c'était vraiment de motiver les filles à rester à l'école, donc ce que nous faisons, c'est que ce sont les filles qui excellent dans leurs études. C'est elles, les filles qui ont les meilleures notes à chaque niveau donc, du cycle secondaire, depuis la sixième, 5e, 4e, les 4 ans de durée du cycle secondaire. Ce sont ces filles qui ont été sélectionnées. Donc, ce sont ces filles qui ont participé aux activités, les voyages d'études, la compétition. Mais toutes les autres filles participent aux autres activités qui sont notamment la fréquentation des cases d'études. Là, c'est ouvert à tout le monde. Et aussi les terrains multisports, c'est toutes les filles qui peuvent pratiquer les sports. Donc, en fait, ça dépend des activités que le projet a eu à faire. Mais pour certaines activités spécifiques, pour une question de budget, donc c'est vraiment les filles qui excellaient dans leurs résultats.
Thank you, Balkisa. Umberto, so your question was, how did you go about the job intermediation program and how to reinforce gender stereotypes in terms of entrepreneurial and job programs? You have the floor, Umberto.
Thank you very much for the question. So the strategy, we have been working with the labor intermediation offices, are those initiatives to, first of all, providing the students with basic skills in 2 brands. The first one to, let's say, look for a regular job, so where they can get to know, again, basic responsibilities, the rights that they have when they look for a job, to get ready for a job interview, and to get ready to take the responsibilities that bring and come together with a responsibility under a job contract. And the second brand, we also provide them with entrepreneurial skills. I've mentioned that we've been working with the ILO tools, like how to start a business. Once you have started a business, how to improve it. And those 2 brands are a part of the activities that the Labor Intermediation Office is taking. Besides that, we've been searching and trying to be close with the labor demand. So to bring together what we offer as part of the training careers in the centers and what's the labor market demanding. So to bring together and to build a bridge to tackle and to match those needs. And by doing so, we've been providing them again with gender stereotypes, tools and skills to reduce the gap and to avoid any kind of situation and problem when it comes to, again, trying to match the labor demand with the educational training offer that we provide in the centers. This initiative and this office has been running for the last 6 years, and by now we have been able to settle in every training center labor intermediation office, and we have a central, let's say, office which is connected with those individual offices in each training center. We've been also really working closely with the Ministry of Labor, with the Ministry of Education, to bring together, again, what's the market demand and what's the training offer to specifically address those needs and to really have a match for them to have real working offers once they finish the training period.
Thank you, Humberto. Can you give maybe a couple of examples of jobs that were not, let's say, gender traditional or stereotypes, where girls took up particular jobs that maybe without the project would not have been possible?
Yeah, actually, at the early 2000s, we have started with a project together with a collaboration with the Kellogg Foundation, where we encourage women to get into traditionally male activities and training processes, like getting into mechanics, getting into electricity, and getting into industrial processes. So what we've seen is that most of the time, women are really going to remain longer. They are going to really finish the training process, and they are really going to be considered by most of the potential industries we've been working with to get a job position because of responsibility and because of the quality of the job they are doing. So those experiences really presented us with the challenge to keep encouraging women to get out those traditional stereotypes. It's not easy to do so. Again, presenting the context, the cultural, the political, and the economical context we've been and we are working in is not an easy job, but we have really good results, encouraging women again to get into and to really explore all the possibilities they have to make a based information decision when it comes to what really want to pursue.
Thank you, Humberto. I have another question that is actually for all three of you. It is about this aspect of changing gender norms. And the question is actually, do you also work with boys, for example, or in the early ages of or the young ages of boys? Do you also work with parents? And who are the critical actors beyond the girls to actually change social norms? And then there is a second question. The second question is whether any one of you has experience or knowledge about research on the importance of the soft skill dimension in terms of empowerment and girls' education. Who can I give the floor on that? Adeline, would you be comfortable talking about maybe working also with parents and what your experience has been on having a conversation maybe with parents and communities about the work that you've been doing?
Merci pour la question. Le mariage des enfants et les grossesses précoces sont tous deux des phénomènes préjudiciables aux droits de la fille. Ils handicapent son développement et portent atteinte à son bien-être. Cela nécessite de mesures hardies de la part des gouvernants, mais aussi des parents à travers des communications pour un changement de comportement, des actions de plaidoyer et également la formation des filles sur des droits à la santé sexuelle et reproductive, ainsi que d'autres compétences de vie courante. Next.
Thank you, Adeline. Humberto or Balkisa, can you talk about also, how important it is to work also with the other important people in the lives of girls, indeed, to change the gender norms and to enable the education?
Merci. Oui, merci Eddy. Dès le départ, nous savions qu'il fallait impliquer les garçons parce que si on veut que les garçons soient des alliés donc pour la promotion du genre dans ces communautés, on ne peut pas les exclure. Donc, dans les sensibilisations, les discussions que nous avons avec les communautés dès le démarrage du projet, nous leur avons fait comprendre que même si les filles sont les bénéficiaires directes et celles qui rencontrent les plus d'obstacles, ça n'empêche que les activités du projet impliquent aussi les garçons. C'est pour ça que même la case d'études, les garçons aussi la fréquentaient. Et même des activités que nous faisons comme les compétitions pour récompenser les meilleurs élèves, il y a des prix pour les élèves filles et les élèves garçons. Et je pense que ça a contribué à réduire en fait les préjugés sur même la question de scolarisation des filles. Parce que vous voyez, il y a des fois même des membres de l'équipe pédagogique qui vous disent « mais pourquoi toujours les filles ?» des hommes, des enseignants hommes. Donc, ça montre bien que c'est très important de les impliquer. Pour ce qui est des parents aussi, dès le départ, nous les avons impliqués. Les mères, notamment les associations des mères d'élèves, quand je vous ai parlé tantôt, donc dans chaque comité bénévole, il y a des représentants, une représentante de l'association des mères d'élèves. Il y a des activités de discussion communautaires qui sont faites avec les groupements de femmes, donc qui sont les mères dans la communauté, pour leur faire comprendre les difficultés, les obstacles que rencontrent leurs filles. Les mères, donc, et les pères aussi, et donc il faut impliquer tout le monde. C'est une question qui concerne tout le monde, et donc c'est ce que nous avons fait. Par rapport à la recherche, non, j'ai pas vraiment d'informations sur des études qui ont été faites donc par rapport à l'impact donc de l'acquisition de compétences de vie pour les filles dans leur autonomisation. Mais ce que je peux dire de l'expérience de Saraounia, c'est que nous avons remarqué que les filles qui ont participé au voyage d'études, c'est des filles, au début, quand on a commencé, quand vous leur posez des questions, elles ne peuvent même pas répondre tellement elles sont timides et elles n'ont pas l'habitude qu'on leur demande leur avis. Et bien, progressivement, ces filles, on a vu une transformation chez elles, une confiance en elles-mêmes, capacité de communiquer, de donner leur avis, de participer donc aux activités de manière active.
Thank you, Belkisa. Humberto.
Thank you. As I mentioned before, we work with an approach of a whole educational community around the student. What we found is that where stereotypes and norms and gender-based approach begin is at the family level, and specifically an important actor to work with are moms, because culturally and traditionally are moms who are going to start inserting that role stereotype chip with their boy and girl childs at home, and starting differentiating the roles and functions they have to develop in a society. For example, that male and men are going to supposedly be the providers of the house, and women have to be taking care of children and stuff like that. So a really important actor to start working with at a family level are really moms. Again, cultural and traditional stereotypes coming by generations are like that. And as part of the activities we've been mentioned, we work together with boys and girls to discuss those issues, to get to know what are those stereotypes that they are coming with under the educational environment we are working in, and how to somehow starting to deploy those stereotypes and to bring together and to starting, let's say, evolving and developing a new understanding under a new generation approach based on those things. So really an important actor really is the family, and we have some activities together with families to discuss and to analyze those issues going on.
Thank you, Humberto. I'm going to take briefly some time for like some final questions. I'm checking also whether there are some new questions coming in. I see a question on the concept of differentiation, which means that we, let's say, teach differently girls the way we teach boys. And the question here is do you have experience that, or have you found that gender differentiation has been beneficial to gender equality? And do you have some experience with that? And how has that worked, if it has worked in your environment? And a final question is, of course, we're living very exceptional and bizarre times with COVID-19 crisis, and we're living in a pandemic. How is that affecting the work that you've been doing, and what are the prospects for girls' education and empowerment in your environments? Adeline, do you want to say something about the impact of COVID-19 on your community?
Veuillez me traduire un peu en français.
Adeline, tu veux que je traduise en français? Est-ce que tu pourrais partager avec nous l'impact de la crise Covid sur la communauté et sur ton travail?
Merci. Ici au Bénin, vraiment l'impact de Covid ne nous permet pas d'exercer nos activités comme il se doit, parce que tout le monde est en quarantaine, je dirais. Donc, pour l'instant, chacun de nous est en mesure de barrière pour ne pas être impacté par le virus. Donc, tout le monde est chez soi pour éviter d'être contacté par le virus.
Merci, Adeline. Humberto, do you want to say something about these two aspects?
Yes, if the numbers were already and the statistics were already bad, let's say, when it comes to gender problems and the approach that public organizations were trying to deal with during this year and under the pandemic, the situation really get worse. So violence against women increased a lot, femicides increased a lot, and we have really had difficulties the same way as Adeline to provide the services to keep educating virtually our students. And we really need to relearn and to restart with the processes, how to make the access that was previously difficult. And now when the technology and the digitalization comes as a new barrier, we've been working on that, trying to reduce the barriers for digitalization, to access internet services, and to really change the way to deliver the educational material. It's been a challenge. We need to really, again, and restart educating the teachers, educating the educational community, and to try to match, again, what's the specific objective that we have. I would say this is a learning year for everybody at different levels of the educational community, and I expect that the learning that we've been able to get this year is going to let us continue and to improve for the next year, again under a digitalized process of teaching and keep learning.
Interesting, Umberto, that you say we need to relearn ourselves in this new situation. Balkisa, may I ask you to be the last one to, before we close, to share your ideas on these topics? Balkisa, you're on mute.
Sorry, excusez. C'est bon. Donc, pour le Covid, je disais, là, je ne peux pas réagir parce que le projet, comme je l'ai dit, a été clôturé en 2019. Mais par rapport à la question de la différenciation, ce que je peux dire, c'est que nous avons fait quelques formations, donc des équipes pédagogiques, parce que nous avions constaté que, en fait, les professeurs interrogeaient davantage les élèves garçons. On peut dire c'est presque un automatisme que les élèves filles. Et nous avons fait 2 études sur les connaissances, les attitudes et les pratiques. Et une étude durant la première année et une étude durant la deuxième année d'intervention du projet. Et on a vu qu'il y a eu un changement dans la perception des professeurs par rapport à la motivation des filles. Selon les résultats de la première étude, c'était environ 51% des enseignants qui disaient que les filles étaient motivées vis-à-vis de leurs études. Les résultats de la seconde étude ont montré que c'était plus près de 91% des enseignants qui ont dit que les filles étaient motivées vis-à-vis de leurs études. Maintenant, quel est le facteur en fait qui a influencé leur perception? Est-ce que c'est le fait qu'eux-mêmes ont amélioré leur pédagogie, ils sont plus sensibles aux gens, ou est-ce que c'est dû donc aux investissements qui ont été faits par le projet, aux sensibilisations? Ça, c'est une question à laquelle je ne peux pas répondre parce que ça n'a pas fait l'objet d'une recherche et d'une question lors de l'évaluation finale.
Okay, but you do have some experiences indeed with the differentiation approach there.
Voilà.
Yeah. Thank you for sharing that. I believe that we have exhausted the questions on our chat box. I'm just double checking to see, and then maybe we can move into some of the major, let's say, takeaways from this very interesting session. And the experiences shared by Adeline, Umberto, and Balkisa. I believe there is the one or the biggest probably red thread in this session is that there's so much more than the one girl and the school. It is an ecosystem, and there are so many things that are important to actually ensure that there is really an inclusive and gender equality education, and that we can face those barriers. I think that is the overarching or the umbrella takeaway. Some specific elements that we've heard about is about the importance also of the physical aspects. The school can provide safety physically just by the school, just by having the access to latrines, to the hygienic environment, to a stable learning environment can actually really make a difference. I think that is one of the things that we have heard from all three that can actually also really try to cut that barrier of the poverty and the lack of facilities. Interesting, I think, that in all three we've heard about the importance of soft skills. There was a question on research about these soft skills and the importance of that. So I think that is probably a call to many of the participants here in the session. Maybe there is room to do more research indeed on the role of soft skills when we talk about empowerment and when we talk about cutting those barriers to gender equality in education. Another aspect I think that we have learned about that ecosystem is that there is the small ecosystem, and it's so important to have the family and the parents, and Umberto talked even specifically about the role of the mother, to have them on board. And at the same time, there is the wider environment. So when we talk about schools, to think beyond the school life and to think about entrepreneurial aspects and to work. And so to have the economic life also very early on in the process taken on board. I think that is also something that came out very strongly. And finally, I think we're all in this situation of the global pandemic, and although the experiences and the final impact, we are still pretty unsure about what it will look like, but we are sure that it is affecting all our lives, and more so the lives of the poor, and those who already faced a lot of barriers are even facing an extra one. And I liked what Umberto says. We ourselves need to relearn how we can now, in renewed ways, tackle those barriers. We can build on the experiences of our past and all these lessons learned. And thank you so much for sharing them with us. But at the same time, we need to be aware of this new context, and we need to be open to relearn ourselves. And I think important then also is to share amongst each other how we can, as soon as possible, overcome these extra challenges. I want to really thank the speakers, Adeline, Umberto, Balkisa, who joined us from Benin, Bolivia, and Niger. Thank you very much. And I think also this pandemic has made us realize that a lot more is possible in terms of having conversations across the world through these tools. So I'm actually even having the feeling that I'm really sitting around the table with you here at this conference. But I would also love to have the opportunity one day in the future to meet you for real and in person. So I'll look forward to that. I also want to thank the organization, of course, and there are also interpreters behind us, making sure that everybody can follow either in French or in English. Thank you very much for that. And I think we have jointly done a fantastic time keeping exercise today. And I can just confess that that is not my best capacity. So I'm even proud we really did that very well. So I want to wish you all a very well-deserved coffee break, and looking forward to the day we can meet again in person. Thank you. Bye.
Merci Ellie, c'est à moi de te remercier pour la modération de cette session fort intéressante. Merci Umberto, Balkisa, Adeline, et merci Anouk d'avoir géré les questions derrière la scène. Donc c'est la pause café maintenant pour 10 minutes. On reprend à 15h40. Merci à tous et à tout à l'heure. Bonjour, bonjour à celles et à ceux qui viennent de nous rejoindre et bonjour à tous les autres qui ont pu profiter d'une pause café un peu plus longue que prévu. Vous participez toujours à la conférence d'Educate sur l'éducation inclusive et nous sommes prêtes pour entamer la 3e session et la dernière session avec les experts venant d'Afrique du Sud. Vous pouvez, comme tout à l'heure, poser vos questions via le chatbox privé aux experts ou soit vous pouvez bavarder dans le chatbox public avec les autres participants. L'enregistrement de la conférence ainsi que tous les documents seront disponibles sur le site de educate.be à partir de la semaine prochaine. Je vous souhaite à toutes et à tous une bonne continuation de la conférence. Entre-temps, n'hésitez pas à communiquer via la hashtag Educate 2020 sur les réseaux sociaux. Et puis maintenant, je donne la parole à Inge. Bonne conférence à tous.
Welcome to this last session of the conference where we will focus on inclusive education in South Africa. South Africa is an interesting case to discuss as it is considered a pioneer in mainstreaming inclusive education, having progressive policies for almost 20 years now. The challenge, however, lies in the implementation of these policies, something all countries in the world struggle with. The role of teachers and how they are trained is crucial in this, and that is what we are going to discuss. We have 3 parts in this session. In the first part, we will get more insights in the South African context from a government perspective. An interview with 2 officials from the Ministry of Education will highlight the policies for inclusive education, their implementation, and the challenges they are confronted with, also in these COVID-19 circumstances. We will then follow with 2 presentations, which focus more directly on teachers. The first presentation will focus on how teacher training programs have been strengthened to include inclusive education. And the second presentation zooms into the situation of newly qualified teachers and how to prepare them to teach in an inclusive educational setting. During each intervention, participants can put questions for the presenters in the private chat, and I will monitor that chat, and we will have time for maximum 3 questions for clarification after each intervention. A more in-depth discussion is foreseen in the last part through a polling exercise asking for your opinion on the statements presented. Our 4 presenters will discuss the results of each poll. This session has been organized by VVOB Education for Development and the British Council, as both organizations support inclusive education in South Africa. I am Inge van de Vivere, Senior Education Advisor working for VVOB, and I'm happy that I can count on the support of Caroline Grant, Senior Advisor Education and English for Sub-Saharan Africa at the British Council. We could also count on the support of our colleagues Arne and Axel for preparing this session. Many thanks for that. So let's start with an interview, pre-recorded, led by Caroline, with 2 directors from the Ministry of Education in South Africa.
Thank you so much, Inge, for setting the scene for this, what I'm sure is going to be a really interesting session. I have the pleasure of interviewing 2 colleagues from the Department of Higher Education and Training and the Department of Basic Education in South Africa. And it gives me great pleasure to introduce to you today Michelle Matthey, who is the Director for Teacher Education from the Department of Higher Education, and Jabulani Ngobo, who is the Director for Inclusive Education in the Department of Basic Education. My first question to you is, what are the urgent needs that the DBE, the Department of Basic Education, have prioritized for inclusive education?
Thank you very much. As you know, our mandate is located within the constitution of our country, South Africa, and we have an inclusive education white paper, the policy for inclusive education, and that is where we draw all our priorities in respect of inclusive education. One of the major issues in inclusive education for South Africa is around early identification and intervention, which is very important to ensuring that we reduce the number of children who later drop out. So in response to that priority, what we've done is we've developed a policy on screening, identification, assessment, and support. So the intention was to provide a policy framework that would standardize screening, identification, assessment, and support processes. And that was key because we had to include the voices of teachers as well as parents to ensure that the screening regime included those voices as well, because traditionally it was only involving what you would call health professionals and not much from the parent and the teacher. Currently, we have trained teachers and officials. We've trained around 100,000 teachers and 5,000 officials, and these officials are responsible for supporting teachers on the implementation of this particular policy. I think with regards to what are the challenges, I think one of the major challenges, is how do we ensure that there is effective implementation of the policy. We've trained, but I think what we are now focusing on is to ensure that it hits the ground. In other words, it affects the learners' lives positively. But I want to also look at the second area of challenge in respect of our policy. One of the issues, we have a policy because the policy must be implemented across. So what we have, one of the challenges has been that inclusive education in our country is not yet fully understood as a mechanism to improve access to quality education. In other words, we still have that history of special and mainstream education, which is resisting to die, if you like, because we would like to have an inclusive education system. So that is one of the major challenges, but we've made inroads in trying to ensure that there's common understanding across the country and that there are initiatives that assist us to do this, like the conversion of some schools for schools to be able to begin to cater for all children. I'm talking here about mainstream schools beginning to cater for all children. We know that this is going to take some time, but we are hoping that with the interventions that I think Michelle is going to allude to, these are interventions that are going to assist us to make sure that happens. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jabulani. Turning now to you, Michelle.
Thank you, Caroline. I'd just like to reinforce what Jabulani has said about our constitutional mandates. I think it's very important, even though we're now 26 years into democracy, that at every opportunity we cite our constitution. And it's that kind of framework that I'd like to lean on when I discuss the priorities. So in terms of social justice, transformation, and our Bill of Rights, it's very important that in DHET, our mandates work towards quality teaching and learning. And the way in which we can approach that is through the education of our pre-service teachers, as well as the continuing professional development of the teachers who are already practicing in schools. With regards to inclusive education then, we look towards the white paper for inclusive education that was published by the DBE in 2001. And at an overall level, we can clearly see from DHET's side that it's imperative that we have professional teachers who are able to teach with the knowledge, the confidence, the skills, and the competences to teach inclusively, irrespective of whichever school's mainstream full stream, and special, because these are the buzzwords now that are floating around this particular area of education, and there doesn't seem to be consensus, or there's a lot of criticism around the slowness of the implementation of the white paper. But from our side, we believe that we can support the implementation of the policy through capacitating universities to produce professionally qualified teachers to teach overall in an inclusive space, catering for a diverse range of learners in a diverse range of contexts, because we're still ridden and plagued by contexts of teaching and learning that show up the rifts of previously disadvantaged and advantaged. And that is why, as Jabulani said, we have slow implementation because of these challenges. So how is it then that we can make sure that we have quality teachers who are specialists in these areas? We have, in terms of policy, our guiding policy document for all universities when they present programs to DHET for the offerings that they want to deliver in teacher education is the policy on minimum requirements for teacher education qualifications. And that is, I would hesitate to say the Bible, but that is the guiding framework that universities use. Within that policy, the DHET has actually specified that all programs coming from universities for initial teacher education must ensure that they are including the knowledge and the expertise and the pedagogy around inclusive education in their curricula for that particular program. Furthermore, we have also indicated opportunities within that policy for in-service teachers to continue with their professional development through a specialization, for example, an honors in inclusive education, or further than that, a specialization in particular special needs that they might want to offer up. In terms of practice, we're very privileged to have the European Union funding some practical interventions to ensure that this space produces quality teachers. First of all, in terms of the development of knowledge and practice standards, we've utilized the grant, I think, very successfully to ensure that a document which details what teachers should know about teaching inclusively, as well as the pedagogy around how to teach inclusively, has been developed. It has gone through various processes of review across stakeholders, from government through to NGOs, and that should be what our universities will look at when they're developing their programs, to ensure that every module subscribes to those knowledge and practice standards. And finally, in terms of practice, we have, through the European Union funding, have been really pleased and fortunate to have equipped 3 universities with resources to establish themselves as centers of excellence for special needs. The 3 special needs that are being strengthened through this grant are the Center for Deaf Studies. We have a Center for Neurodevelopmental Learning Needs, as well as a Center for Visual Impairment Studies. And the model that they operate on is that they serve as hubs, the locus of expertise around these special needs for all the other universities and any stakeholder, irrespective of organization or designation, to contact these centers and ask for support and expertise, and even teaching and learning material, which is freely available through the funding of the EU. And that's in terms of how then we are utilizing policy and practice to reach those priority areas. The challenge is, of course, as Jabulani also implied, is that much of our policies, whilst they've received fabulous compliments around the world. Even our own researchers and academics say that these policies are dazzling, and really amount in many cases to just being symbolic. That's not what we want in the DBE and the DHET. We want our policies to take root and to be implemented. And the extent to which that happens, as we can see with the white paper, as we can also see with our knowledge and practice standards and our policy on teacher education qualifications, is that we've constantly got to be working at it and to ensure that we give clear directives for the implementation. Otherwise, they fall flat and they're just dead policies. Thank you, Caroline.
Thanks so much, Michelle. One last question for both of you. Jabulani first. We cannot ignore COVID, the impact of the COVID pandemic. How has the COVID pandemic further impacted inclusive education in schools?
Yeah, it has had I think, a huge impact. I think in particular with regards to attendance. For instance, we have never had in the history of our country parents being concerned about sending kids to school. In other words, this has been the other way around. But this time around, we have parents. Despite the schools that the first round opened in June, and all the schools opened in August, we still have children who have not returned to school. In other words, we still have children who are still at home because the parents are concerned. And in some cases, we've heard stories, I would rather have my child repeat a year.
Right, very quickly then, Caroline, it's evident that all the attempts and the progress that we have made in terms of ensuring privileged children or students, and even those who are, and especially those who are not privileged, are still able to continue teaching and learning activities during COVID. It's been evident that there are challenges to this, and the department has supported the universities with COVID-19 grants to ensure that access to devices and to data is available to all students who require them. And this has been largely successful, as evidenced in our data, which shows that 99% of our students are still registered at universities, and the large majority are still engaged in teaching and learning. The second one that I quickly want to touch on, it's extremely important, is the incidence of gender-based violence. We've had reports in the country of an increase of this heinous act throughout our society, and universities rather have not been exceptions to this. Our president himself indicated that government should do everything in its power to ensure that our young women and our older women, all women in higher education, are assured of safety and dignity during their studies. And in response to this, the DHET has published a policy framework on gender-based violence in post-school education and training, which has steps and strategies to implement to ensure that our female academics and students are protected and have ample opportunities to reach their goals in a safe and dignified environment. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Michelle. Thank you so much, Jabulani, for an incredibly rich discussion. We've heard about the dazzling policies. We've heard about the challenges in implementing these wonderful policies. And I'm sure now we're going to hear some really interesting questions from the audience. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the wonderful interview. I see already some questions coming in the chat, which I will ask to Michelle and Jabulani to reply on them. The first question is, of course, how ready are teachers for implementing these policies? We have policies. Are teachers ready in South Africa to implement them, and how can we sustain the implementation of these policies? I will start with a reaction from Michelle, please. Michelle, you're still on mute. Sorry.
Thank you very much, Inga. In terms of how ready teachers are to actually implement the policies, I think one would need to quickly understand which policies we're speaking about. And I'm assuming that you are talking about the white paper. And in respect to that, I would say that the data clearly shows that there are challenges in terms of teachers being able to teach inclusively. And these challenges are many. Jabulani has mentioned some of them as well. But, you know, we keep going. We keep on developing and training teachers. And we hope that through that kind of concerted effort by a certain period of time, I think Jabulani White Paper 2021, that our teachers will have a definite sense of how it is that they can teach in these spaces. But of course, we can't actually be definitive when we say how ready are they. We've put plans in place, we've implemented them at universities, we are producing, in fact, last year we produced 25,800 new teacher graduates. The only way we can measure their readiness is when they're actually in the system and we monitor how they are teaching. Thank you.
Okay, let me then ask shortly, Jabulani, you see them in the system. Can you give a short reaction?
Yes, thank you very much. My sense is that I think for me, the first round was largely of that of creating awareness. And I'm thinking maybe one way to deal with this matter, I think it's something that we have, I think, said in a number of forums that we might need to focus more on initial teacher training. That is, before teachers go into the profession, they need to pick up some of these ways of thinking and doing before then. So my sense is that rather than focusing on training them after they have qualified, it may be better to focus more resources on ensuring that they get these kinds of thinking, these kinds of doing before they qualify as teachers. But also I think we might also need to look at ways of how we deal with the existing cultures within some of the schools and some of the districts as well, and how we deal with that. And I think empower in terms of that as well. So my thinking is that we still have a long way to go, but it's kind of doable. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for the short reactions. I propose we move to the next section of this session. Caroline.
Thanks so much, Inga. It gives me great pleasure to introduce Professor Yusuf Sayed, Professor of International Education and Development Policy at the University of Sussex in the UK. He's also the South African Research Chair in Teacher Education and the founding director of the Centre for International Teacher Education at the Cape Peninsula University of Technology in South Africa. Professor Sayed is leading the evaluation of the Teaching for All Mainstreaming Inclusive Education project, which is co-funded by the European Union and implemented by the British Council in partnership with the University of South Africa, MEET Africa, the Department of Higher Education and Training, and the Department of Basic Education. Yusuf's presentation will provide insights into and evaluation findings from the Teaching for All project. Over to you, Yusuf, for your presentation.
Welcome to the presentation on teachers as agents of inclusion in South Africa. In this presentation, I'm reporting on the evaluation findings of the Teaching for All project and program which sought to embed and institutionalize inclusive education in South Africa. In this presentation, I will focus on 4 key aspects: the overview of the program, a brief note on the evaluation approach that we took in studying this program, and then report on the findings of the 2 main components of the Teaching for All program, which is initial teacher education and continuing professional teacher development, concluding with recommendations and way forward. A brief note on the program. The Teaching for All program sought to develop a more inclusive education system in South Africa by supporting the development of knowledge, skills, and dispositions of both future teachers and current teachers by providing them with the approaches and pedagogies required to teach inclusively in their classrooms and work inclusively in their schools through developing a set of rigorously researched training modules and materials. This slide provides at the heart of it the conceptualization of the program. What it displays is that the heart of the program are teachers, both future teachers and current teachers, who are provided with contextually relevant Africa and South African contextualized and focused materials, which offers them multiple modes of learning to develop their competence to teach inclusively. As a research team, we mainly focused on the monitoring and evaluation of this program, which is what I'll focus on in this presentation. The key principles that underpinned the Teaching for All program are inclusivity, innovation, and accountability, as captured in this slide. The theory of change is very simple but persuasive. If you support teachers by providing them with high quality, contextually relevant learning materials and resources that they can use, and provide the necessary professional support that accompanies them, then they're more likely to acquire the self-confidence, the beliefs, the practices, and the values necessary to promote inclusion in their schools and classrooms, thereby contributing to a more inclusive education system in South Africa. But there are a few key assumptions and factors that underpin such a theory of change. In simple terms, you need strong collaboration and partnership of those who are the frontline implementers of such programs and materials, in particular universities, teacher education students, lecturers themselves, as well as the institutions that offer teacher education program, together with support from the various government departments, the Department of Higher Education and Training, the Department of Basic Education, which between them are responsible both for future teachers, as in DHAT, which is responsible for future teachers, and DBE, which is responsible for the professional development of current teachers. Another key factor is that it requires strong ownership and collaboration of those who are involved in implementing these materials in the university settings and in schools and professional development. This slide simply captures very briefly the curriculum framework, which ultimately tackles inclusive education from the conceptual level, macro level, right down to the classroom level in Unit 4. So the 4 units that make up the materials and resources are those that focus on the conceptualization of inclusive education, seeking to develop and articulate more clearly a social model of inclusion away from a narrow medical model to dealing with issues and multiple issues of learner diversity, to rooting diversity and inclusion in schools and communities that surround them, concluding with a discussion of how this gets operationalized at the classroom level. But the materials are not just for future teacher education students. They've also been, as we report in the evaluation, adapted for existing teachers, as this slide shows, which shows that the materials have been adapted after an extensive period of piloting in a Spoodle offline Moodle format. Finally, the materials and resources are not just text on their own, they also include videos, teacher guides, lecturer guides, and practical examples that complement the materials that have been produced. We describe in our evaluation the implementation approach of the program as what we call an adaptive theory of implementation, which evolved and responded flexibly to the contextual realities of South Africa over a period of time, driven by 4 key principles: consultation and ownership, capacity building, alignment with existing policies and existing interventions, and an implementation strategy that was informed by the evidence that was collected from the teachers who were implementing it or the materials developers involved in the development of the materials. I won't talk in detail about the next 2 slides, but they just articulate what we were seeking to do was understanding how the intervention worked as a way of drawing lessons in order to support the further institutionalize of this intervention, but also similar type of interventions going forward. I'm now going to very briefly talk about the key findings on initial teacher education. There will be multiple slides with data. I'm not going to labor and bore you with all the data, but just to highlight the key findings. In a short period of time in which the evaluation was conducted, so just over a year, what was significant and important was the scope and reach of the project and program, as you can see in this slide. Over 20,000 student teachers in higher education institutions, covering historically advantaged and disadvantaged institutions and different types of universities in South Africa, whether they're universities of technology, traditional universities, or comprehensive universities, were reached. And if every teacher ends up teaching and covers or encounters at least 100 or more learners in every year of teaching, then the reach of this program by training 20,000 teachers or more in a short space of time is significant. And this is likely to grow over a period of time as the materials get more firmly institutionalized and more firmly embedded in ITE programs across the universities offering teacher education. And there are 23 such providers approximately in South Africa. The program also reached about 86 lecturers who were involved in both the development of the materials or the piloting or feedback on the materials, as well as the delivery and utilizations of the materials once finalized. Over and above, as we're still in the process of finalizing some of the data, it's already evident that many of the universities have used the material for outreach programs as captured in the last column. Generally, across all the data that I'll show you over the next 3 slides, in a short space of time, students and teachers were generally positive about the materials, both in terms of the design, as well in the subsequent slides that I'll show you about the content. Bear in mind that caution must be exercised in interpreting this data. It's a baseline and line in short space of time, and they report descriptive data rather than test of significance at this stage. In other words, they indicate changes that occur over a short period of time, but clearly student feedback and student teacher feedback is already telling us the material is useful for their content knowledge. It's useful for their attitudes, as in the slide. It's helpful in terms of working on the kinds of ideas and assumptions they develop about inclusive education, as well as the skills they gain to teach inclusively in the classrooms. In summary, the qualitative data backs up the quantitative data by, in simple terms, saying that student teachers report that they've gained the necessary disposition, knowledge, and skills. In other words, the competence to implement inclusive education as future teachers, recognizing that this is that their knowledge, skills, and disposition will grow over time. They experienced positive shifts in their dispositions. They felt a bit more empowered to challenge existing exclusion practices in schools. Their knowledge about inclusive education increased, as well as the skills, for example, how to use differentiated instruction. CPD was not so much an evaluation of how teachers responded to it, but more a process of how the materials were developed. and it's what we call a process evaluation. Beginning with the pilot workshop where the materials were first trialed, the pilot workshop helpfully pointed to various aspects of the adaptation of the materials that practicing teachers would like to see. In particular, more use of concrete examples of how to teach inclusively in their schools and how to ensure that their schools are more inclusive as well. Clearly, the workshops were helpful for the developers in developing the materials, which we tracked over a period of time, culminating in a series of workshops that was held with the DBE, which is the Department of Basic Education, the Provincial Education Department, which are the 9 provincial education departments, higher education institution, as well as the Department of Higher Education and Training. At these workshops, which sought to make all the participants aware of the materials, participants noted several key highlights. They recognized the value and importance of the materials, particularly for use in diverse contexts. They found that the materials could be used in multiple ways, including as part of training programs, professional learning communities, or self-study by individual teachers. They particularly were excited by the flexible design and format of the materials, which was aligned to the CPD point system, which in the South African context requires every teacher to acquire 150 CPD points over a 3-year period. And if every teacher could make this as part of their CPD point system over the next 3 years, it suggests that at least more than 400,000 teachers in South Africa will be exposed to inclusive education and a social model of inclusive education rooted in the African and South African context. Most importantly, across the workshops, the strong commitments of provincial education departments, higher education institutions, teacher centers, and provincial teacher training institutes and other stakeholders to take the materials and implement it. In the last few minutes, I'll just sum up by talking about the recommendations and way forward. But to capture first the achievements of the project, there were many. They built the knowledge base for evidence-informed inclusive education policy making. Crucially, the project, by developing contextually relevant resources for use by teachers and those who provide support to teachers, has developed the tools and resources necessary for realizing the policy commitments to inclusive education from the advent of democracy in 1994, and as captured in White Paper 6 in South Africa on inclusive education. Crucially, the project developed a holistic approach to teacher professional development for delivering inclusive education training for teachers, coordinating between initial teacher and continuing professional teacher development. And
Thank you, Professor Sayed, for this interesting presentation. I have a question in the chat that I will ask you. The materials are impressive as well as the reach, but how does the program avoid that by having 4 modules on inclusive education, the team still gets separated from the other subjects students attend in initial teacher training?
Sorry, I didn't hear that, but too well. But if I understood what you were asking is how does it work together with the other modules that students have in initial teacher education? Is that the question?
Yes, and also if there is no risk that it still is a separate course, not integrated in the rest, and that maybe in other modules there is no attention for the topic.
Okay, so this is the age-old curriculum problem and question, which is quite important, right? There are 2 ways of embedding any topic like inclusive education in initial teacher education. The first point is to ensure that it's a separate, self-standing module that is compulsorily done by all initial teacher education students at whatever level of the system they are. This includes whether they're doing a B.Ed foundation phase or a B.Ed intermediate phase or a B.Ed FET phase or a PGCE, which is the case in South Africa. At the same time, in the report, we point out how different universities have already begun to engage with the other lecturers teaching other modules to ensure that the learning and ideas in the modules are mainstream in existing modules. For example, in modules of foundations of education or the didactic courses that students do. I think the issue of inclusive education is a bit like gender. You need to ensure that it's mainstream while also recognizing it as a separate subject requiring explicit attention and treatment. So it's a dual strategy, which we would argue provides for more effective integration and understanding of inclusive education.
Okay, thank you very much for that reply. I still have one other question in the chat that I would like to add. Maybe some more information on initial and in-service provision of inclusive education in South Africa. Can you give some more details about that?
Well, I think we have colleagues from both the DBE and DHAT who can also add to answering that question, but generally, the idea behind the program is an important one for initial teacher education. The key thing about initial teacher education, as the colleagues Jabulani, for example, point out, is that it has a wide reach in that any future teacher in South Africa will come through an initial teacher education program. However, what has not been the case up to now has been a common and a consensually agreed range of materials that every program can have access to. And that's the advantage. The program has enabled the 23 providers of teacher training, initial teacher training in South Africa, the opportunity to come together and discuss and work with each other to develop a common set of materials for inclusive education. As to reaching out to the current teachers, and just roughly, South Africa has about 430,000 teachers in total who are currently teaching at all different types of schools, whether they full service schools, primary schools, secondary schools. To reach out to them, what you need to do is ensure that they are able to access training across the 9 provinces. South Africa is divided into 9 provinces. So the responsibility for professional development is, if you like, a concurrent responsibility to an extent between DBE and the 9 provincial education departments. But it's the 9 provincial education departments that deliver the professional development through the ways they structure it, primarily through their districts, through their provincial professional development institutes and the provincial teacher centers. The strategy going forward is to ensure that each province and each provincial teacher development institute, in whatever form it takes, as well as the district, are able to provide teachers with appropriate training in inclusive education. But crucial in South Africa, like in many other countries, is not about training that is not accredited, certified, and linked to an ongoing system of professional development. The point system that I speak about in the presentation I made is an attempt to codify and institutionalize a systematic approach to professional development. My argument and challenge as a researcher to both DBE, the Provincial Education Department, and DHAT, is to ensure that inclusive education, which in a social model, which includes issues of diversity, decolonization, human rights, in other words, a non-medical model of inclusive education, becomes a core part of the training that every current teacher goes through and is systematized in the existing point system.
Thank you very much for this reply, Professor Sayed, and then we will move further with our next presenter, which Caroline will introduce.
Thanks so much, Inga. Thanks, Yusuf. It now gives me great pleasure to introduce our next speaker, Mr. Gerrit Coetzee, who's the Director of Initial Teacher Education in the Department of Basic Education in South Africa. Gerrit will provide insights from the European Union and Belgian government-funded inclusive education project implemented by VVOB on the induction of new teachers in South Africa. In his presentation, Gerrit will focus on how the new teacher induction program aims to strengthen teacher agency in South African classrooms. Over to you, Gerrit, for your presentation.
Thank you, Caroline. I'm going to share today on insights from the EU DGD-funded VVOB induction of new teachers project in South Africa. So the presentation outline, these are the areas that I will be covering. I think just before we get into it, it's important to just share with you some of the key size and shape statistics of the South African schooling system. We have 13 million learners. We have just under 500,000 educators in the system and just under 25,000 schools. And we offer 11 official languages in our schools. And this is just an indication of the complexity of schooling in South Africa. If one then look at the induction program and the development thereof, it emanated from a summit that was held with education stakeholders. And the result of that summit was the Integrated Strategic Planning Framework for Teacher Education and Development. And this summit and the framework called for comprehensive teacher induction, which include mentoring. We also had a joint project with VVOB and key stakeholders within the education system, like the Department of Higher Education, Inclusive Education South Africa, the British Council, etc. And the project was called the Teaching and Learning for Inclusive Education. And there are two components in that project that is of importance. The first was the induction of new teachers based on inclusive education. And the second is the Professional Learning Communities for Inclusive Education project. And both of those had a direct impact in the way that we've developed the induction framework in South Africa. Now, what motivates, or what is the problem that we are responding to in South Africa with regards to induction? South African classrooms mirror the communities from which our learners come from. And therefore, our learners are diverse in terms of language, culture, race, gender, learning ability, and home circumstances. And we found that new teachers find this diversity overwhelming, and they often lack the confidence and practical skills necessary to teach inclusively. So the objectives of the induction program is to improve inclusive education teaching practice in the basic education system, and then to promote teacher retention, to support professionalism in schools, and to provide feedback on possible initial teacher education program enhancements to higher education institutions. The journey that we followed, it was from the Integrated Strategic Planning Framework for Teacher Education Development in South Africa. That was from about 2011. We then requested the Center for Development Enterprises in South Africa to do a research for us on the viability of implementation of induction in South Africa in 2015. And we simultaneously started to work on an orientation booklet, which was subsequently published and made available to all schools in South Africa, which is a very short one-day just orientation program for newly qualified teachers. With VVOB, we were then able to work with Inclusive Education South Africa in the development of the Inclusive Education New Teacher Induction pilot program, and we partnered with them. The information that we were able to gain from that pilot was then fed into a further research project that we embarked on with VVOB, and through VVOB we were able to appoint Jet Education Services to do a further research study for us. That research study involved roundtable discussions, working group meetings, as well as steering committee meetings, and the result of that was a new teacher induction concept note, and that concept note was further refined into an induction program, which we are currently field testing and will be implemented hopefully from 2022 in South African schools. Simultaneously to our development of the induction program, we started to work on a teacher professionalization path, not we, the South African Council of Educators. And what is important to note is that this professionalization path makes provision for new teacher induction. As you can see in block number 4, there's a 12-month induction program, and blocks 5 and 6 speaks to a professional development portfolio, which will then lead to a certified teacher professional designation. In other words, you will get South African Council of Education recognition to become a teacher in our classrooms. Just to reflect a little bit on the development methodology that we followed, there was a desktop or literature research that was done. Working group inputs was received, roundtable inputs was received, and a number of practitioner interviews have been held, which led to a first concept note, and that was further refined into a program framework. Some of the research findings that came out of this work pointed to induction being poorly done, uncoordinated, and unstructured in South Africa, which then placed before us the task to see how we can address these weaknesses. Especially the Center for Development Enterprises research that was done pointed out that South Africa has an aging teaching community, and that we will have to be proactive to ensure that older teachers will not leave the system before they had the opportunity to share some of their knowledges, experiences with younger teachers coming in. And that is a factor that we had to look at when we developed the induction program in South Africa. We can confidently say that we are able to produce enough young teachers today for the South African context. Some of the difficulties experienced by newly qualified teachers, as pointed out by the research, had to do with support structures at school that has not been clearly defined and put into place. Many young teachers has difficulty in entering the profession, in other words, to get a position in the school. The area of bridging the gap between the theory of university as well as the practical classroom management experiences that is required in the classroom was identified as a problem and as an obstacle. And then newly qualified teachers were not well prepared for the complexities of our classroom, especially around the diversity that exists in our classrooms, linked with high teaching loads. You often find that we have large classes and children and learners with different abilities within those classes, and newly qualified teachers find that difficult to adopt into that situation. So how can induction then help? It can strengthen and build the human capital that can prepare newly qualified teachers better to teach in an inclusive way in our diverse, complex classrooms. Being better prepared and being supported will mean that fewer of them would leave the teaching profession prematurely, and that will lead to an economic saving for us. In the long run, induction will assist us to improve learner achievements, And very importantly, will be an improvement in professional socialization. And the role of professional learning communities in that sense will be extremely important. And then lastly, induction will assist us to enhance teacher professionalism linked to the professional teaching standards that I will refer to in a moment. But what are the core conditions that need to be in place in order for induction to be successful? First of all, there need to be a shared understanding of what does professionalism in teaching refer to. There need to be a reduced teaching load for both mentor teachers as well as for newly qualified teachers undergoing the induction program. And there need to be school-based mentorship by qualified mentors. The support from the school principal is very important, as well as commitments of time and resources for the induction, together with collaboration opportunities for reflection with experienced teachers and opportunities to share these experiences and grow with other NQTs. And again, professional learning communities will be important. I'm not going to speak to the negative things that we need to look at. They will be available within the slides. The professional teaching standards that has been developed by SACE and is now approved for South Africa covers two main domains. First domain refers to professional teachers built communities, and that refer to the professional learning community aspect. It refers to social justice and dealing with diversity in classrooms, and it refers to an ethical commitment. The other 6 standards refers to professional teachers enable learning, which is more to do with classroom management, teaching methodologies, assessment, language, etc. So the purpose of the teacher induction program is to produce independent new teachers who engage meaningfully in systems, structures, and practices which culminate in lifelong learning, CPDD, and high-quality professional teaching and learning. And that's important to remember when designing an induction program. In South Africa, our induction program has got 3 key pillars. It's got a professional pillar, a pillar that looks at the personal situation of each teacher, and it has a social dimension as well. There are 4 key elements in the induction program. Most paramount is in a mentorship program, peer support, a professional development portfolio, and training. Those are the 4 key elements, and they are supported by professional learning communities, support from your district office, support from school management teams, support from the South African Council of Educators, teacher unions, universities, NGOs, and then very important, it must go together with mentor training and the assistance that mentors will provide. So what are the next steps? We hope that after the field testing, we will be able to implement the induction program by 2022. We're currently monitoring and evaluating the field testing. Together with VVOB, we are doing that. And we hope that that report will in the end identify findings and make recommendations that we can put in the final program that will be approved and ready for implementation by 2022. And in the words of Nelson Mandela, it always seems impossible until it's done. And we've taken inspiration for the development of our induction program from this great leader of South Africa. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Gerrit, for this interesting presentation. I have a question for you to be a bit more precise on how the induction program for newly qualified teachers supports new teachers to deal with the 11 teaching languages in South Africa in the classroom.
Thank you very much for the question and for the opportunity to speak and share on this platform. I think when we look at the 11 languages in South Africa, that it is not only for new and beginning teachers that will have to grapple with that dimension, but it's also a dimension that is currently the struggle of experienced teachers. And there are two key strategies that can help and assist in overcoming that barrier. The first key strategy is by the active involvement in professional learning communities. In those professional learning communities, a young new teacher will be able to share the challenges that they are facing within that multiple language context, and different strategies can then be explored and tested, and then feedback can be given whether the strategies are working. They can be further refined and then taken back into the classroom. So I think professional learning communities linked to induction is key in overcoming that barrier. The second one is, of course, the mentorship dimension, where an experienced teacher are able to share with the younger teacher what were some of the key things that they've done in those environments to overcome the complexity resulting from the number of official languages within South Africa. I hope that answers the question to an extent.
Yeah, thank you very much, Gerrit. I propose we now move to the last part of our session with the insights provided on inclusive education in South Africa by our 4 presenters. We would like to discuss with you the topic a bit more in depth. We formulated 3 statements. I would even say bold statements, and you will see the statements at the bottom of your screen, and all participants are asked to which extent they agree with the statement or disagree with the statement. You will have about 30 seconds time to fill in the poll, and we will then share the polling results with you and ask some of our interveners to give their reaction on the statements. And let's see if this confirms or changes your own initial opinion expressed in the poll. In the meanwhile, you can still put reactions in the public chat or questions for the presenters in the private chat. So let's have a look at our first statement. I hope you will be able to see it. Teachers shouldn't be the main target of educational reforms for inclusive education. We should focus much more on involving other education professionals, like school psychologists, social workers, health personnel. Do you completely agree, disagree, or really disagree? So you can give your answer in the poll statement below the screen. I leave you some time to fill in the question, and then I will ask reactions from Michelle and also from Professor Sayed. Maybe we can start with Michelle. Let me have a look if we already have some answers. There is no clear tendency. It's going from strongly agree to even strongly disagree. So Michelle, what do you think?
Yes, I thought that the question was very provocative, the statement, because it's quite exclusive of the whole society. It focuses and it mentions professionals. And so I hope you don't mind, but I'd like to give a philosophical answer to this question. And I think my answer is definitely framed through the lens of African culture, where it states that it takes a village to raise a child. And in light of that, if I continue with the metaphorical allusion, in my mind, that village is our societies. It takes a society to raise a child. It takes a society to make sure that children are brought up and raised in inclusivity in all areas. And so I think our philosophy, our principle of Ubuntu in South Africa, and for those international guests, Ubuntu means one humanity. We are all of the same humanity. And if we take that principle further, and we say that we are all as a collective responsible for reforms, irrespective of educational, social, economic, etc., if we are responsible for reforms in our country, in every sphere of our lives, then we can all make sure that we build an inclusive society rather than just education. Nelson Mandela, I think, poses a great challenge to all of us over the world, in fact, when it comes to reforms. And that is when he said that there's no keener way to measure the values of a society than to assess the way that it treats its children. And the way that our children are taught is not, are treated is not by one specific type of person in the society. It's a community. It takes a village that needs to undertake this responsibility. So I'm not saying yes and I'm not saying no, but I'm giving another depth to this kind of answer. Thank you.
Okay, let's hear from Professor Sayed. Is it yes or no?
I'll give you a slightly different answer, because I think you're not seeing a clear trend in the responses, because it depends on the definition of inclusive education you're thinking about in the first place. If you see inclusive education as a medical issue, then clearly you're going to talk about psychologists, health workers. But if you see inclusive education as affirming diversity, affirming rights, about integrating all learners into their learning, then that's the responsibility of every teacher without over-expecting too much of them, as long as they support it. So that's the one answer. Secondly, it doesn't mean, however, that psychologists, health workers are not part of providing a more holistic approach to inclusive education. But I think here you need to be very clear in the South African context about equity issues. For example, if you in the poorer schools, your distribution of school psychologists relative to the number of schools you have is far more different, far less equal than if you were in a wealthier neighborhood. So part of that question does not sufficiently accommodate the inequities in distribution. In another survey we did in South Africa, we asked all teachers across that school what would make the biggest difference. For poorer schools, it was having more social workers because they don't have access to that, whereas richer schools do have that. So I guess my answer is, I can understand why you don't see a trend, because the social model of inclusive education would say that every teacher, whether they teach maths or history, is responsible for inclusive education, working, as Michelle said, with the community. At the same time, you need to ensure that additional support services, whether it's health workers or other things, are also available on a more equitable basis in South Africa, which is not currently the case.
Okay, thank you very much for these specifications on why we didn't see a trend. Let us have a look at statement 2. Instead of providing policies, the government should ensure that data and statistics on enrollment and completion of different types of learners in different types of schools are available. You can again react on that, saying if you agree or disagree, and I will ask Jabulani for his reaction on that poll and what he would reply, while we will let you fill in the poll. Okay, Jabulani, maybe you can already give your ID on that poll while everybody fills it in.
Okay, thanks. I think the way in which the question is framed, because I think for me there's obviously a relationship between the two. You have policies, you need to measure how the implementation is going, but also the understanding of policy as static or as finished is for me a bit problematic, because the policy will evolve as implementation happens, because it's not that cut and dry to say we've developed this policy and now all that is left is implementation. So I'm thinking that if I were to respond, we need to focus on both, because both is important. We need to focus on what data we are getting from implementation, but we can't say that we are done with policy formulation. The policies are fine now because the policies are formed before they are implemented. So as they get implemented, then new issues arise that might need adaptation. So for me, the policy formulation process is a continuous process depending on what are the dynamics of implementation, but it is not incompatible. In other words, policies are not, the policy formulation is not incompatible with the monitoring in terms of how the policy is being implemented. So I would definitely say these are not mutually exclusive.
Okay, thank you very much, Jabulani. I also saw in the chat somebody who wholeheartedly agreed with your intervention. So let me go to the last poll for this session, this time on newly qualified teachers. Our third statement goes as following. University teacher education cannot adequately prepare new teachers for the challenging context of a diverse classroom, as it focuses too much on theory and cannot bridge the gap between theory and practice. Again, you can say if you agree, disagree, and I will ask, of course, the reactions of colleague Gerrit on this, with his expertise on newly qualified teachers. So let's see while you fill in which results we have, and I will already ask Gerrit to react.
Thank you very much. South Africa is in a very fortunate position that our policy, and Michelle earlier referred to the policy, the minimum requirements on teacher education qualifications, puts a large emphasis on teaching practice and exposing student teachers to the classroom environment. And I think that puts it in perspective. You cannot separate initial teacher education programs from teaching practice. In the same way, in the medical profession, you cannot separate the theory of medicine from the practical interventions required on the surgery table. And in South Africa, I think we are starting to get that right. We're starting to see enough time being spent by teachers, student teachers in training in the classroom, and in that way able to bridging the gap between theory and practice. Have we arrived? Definitely not. I think both Prof. Said, Michelle and Jabulani touched on some of the key areas where we still need to do some additional work and improve on, and conferences like this assist in that process. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Now, to round up this discussion, we still have some minutes left. I will try to do it. Let me ask the question to all four of you very shortly. What is now key for inclusive education in South Africa? I will start with Professor Sayed.
Okay, I'll be very brief. I think what we have accumulated is a range of policies, a range of resources, a range of good ideas. What we need is two things. We need strong political will to realize the commitments made in White Paper 6 many, many years back. Secondly, everything we've been speaking about today requires adequate resourcing of it. If you want newly qualified teachers to devote time to teaching inclusively and give them time off for a year, if you give them 1 day a week off, you'll need one teacher for every 5 newly qualified teachers. Clearly, what we need is strong financial commitment and resources to continuing and initial teacher education, strong political will, and strong cooperation and trust between the key role players, which are teachers and their representatives, schools and the communities they serve, and education officials at all levels of the system, together with the teacher education providers. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Michelle, up to you. What is your reaction?
Thank you, Inga, and thank you, Professor Syed, for that comprehensive answer. I think for me, I'll be quite simple. I think that in particular, we need strong accountability. We can have all the policies and all the interventions, but if teachers are not held accountable, if government is not held accountable, then we are failing in this. So strong accountability is what I would endorse.
Okay, accountability. Jabulani, what would it be for you?
For me, I think the issue is beginning to maybe finding ways or putting in place mechanisms to ensure that our understanding or our doing inclusive education provides us with is at the center of access to quality education for all. So for me, is when we begin to utilize inclusive education as a mechanism for that, then it will tie in. But then you will need that, you need to have buy-in across the system. When I say across the system, in terms of leadership needs to speak these issues to mainstream inclusive education as a mechanism for access to quality education for all.
Okay, thank you very much. Gerrit, your idea about it?
I think we need to build on existing strategies. We need to consolidate that strategies, and we need to look at professional learning communities really taking and getting traction within teaching. We also need to ensure that we have a steady flow of young teachers, post-apartheid teachers who have not been shaped and affected and impacted by the past policies of apartheid. We need many of those young teachers in our schools, and they need to be adequately supported in doing that. And I think that those are probably two of the key areas that I would like to spend my energy on in the next few months and years ahead.
Okay, thank you, Gerrit. So now up to Caroline for the last concluding remarks and takeaway messages.
Thank you so much, Inga. In conclusion, I would like to leave you with these thoughts. Teachers are without a doubt the key agents of inclusion, but they need an enabling environment to do so effectively. They need adequate resourcing. They need enabling policies. They need support from departments of education, as well as other actors in government and the community. As Michelle said, it takes a village to raise a child. The future lies in our young teachers, as Gerrit said. We've heard about 2 innovative projects, Teaching for All and the induction of new teachers, both rooted in the social model of inclusion, and how these are making a contribution to enable teachers to play an effective role as agents of inclusion. We know many challenges remain for the education system to ensure that all learners in South Africa are included. But after listening to all the inspirational speakers in this session, I am convinced that the South African education system is on the right track in its quest to provide an equitable and inclusive system of education for all learners in the country. Finally, I would like to thank our brilliant speakers, Michelle, Jabulani, Yusuf, and Gerrit, for your insightful contributions to the session. And I would like to thank all of you, the participants, for joining us in this important conversation. Take care and goodbye.
Merci à tous les experts de ces 3 sessions très inspirantes. Je vais maintenant donner la parole à Monsieur Kwame Akempong pour formuler la conclusion de ces 2 jours très intéressantes sur l'éducation inclusive. Kwame Akempong est professeur en éducation internationale et développement à l'Open University à Milton Keynes en Angleterre. Il peut se baser sur une expérience longue de 25 ans dans le domaine des programmes éducatifs, en portant une attention particulière à tous ceux et celles qui sont en marge ou exclus du système. Il a mené de nombreuses études et évaluations internationales, est membre entre autres de la Banque mondiale et a travaillé en tant qu'analyste auprès de l'UNESCO. Après cette conclusion, qui sera donc adressée par professeur Kwame Akempong, je laisserai la parole à Madame Myriam Kittir, la nouvelle ministre belge de la coopération au développement, pour prononcer le mot de la fin pour terminer cette conférence sur l'éducation inclusive organisée par Educate. Monsieur Kwame Akempong, je vous donne la parole. La parole est à vous. Merci.
Thank you very much for inviting me. And I have really enjoyed this conference. I've had opportunity to listen to some of the presentations, and I found them very, very interesting, and it generated a lot of new insights into the issues around inclusive education. And I think that there's a lot that we are going to take from this conference. But let me start my reflections first by saying that the imperative of SDG 4.5 makes it clear that every education system should aim to make a difference in the life of every child. But unless in the next 10 years, I think that the global effort shifts towards addressing this imperative, achieving SDG 4 will be highly unlikely. Indeed, SDG 4.5 calls for countries to eliminate gender disparities in education, ensure equal access to all levels of education and vocational training for the vulnerable, including persons with disabilities, indigenous peoples, and children in vulnerable situations. We all know this. We often read this in some of the text on the SDGs. But what does it mean in practical terms to achieve this goal? And I think this is an issue that this conference has been addressing. This year's conference has provided us with some exemplary cases of how we might address barriers to many of these groups who are excluded. Some of them in relation to gender, disability, and also how teachers can be trained to be agents of inclusion. The central message from the conference is that education systems can no longer treat the disadvantaged learner as an additional responsibility. I think this is very important. Truly inclusive education systems make inclusion integral to how they design and deliver quality education. We can and we should measure the quality of an education system by how well it caters for every child's learning needs, closes the learning achievement gap between advantaged and disadvantaged students, and how well it prepares teachers to deliver quality education for every child. I think that's the yardstick we should use to judge it a truly inclusive education system. One key message I've taken from the conference is the importance of designing or providing education that takes seriously the emotional side of learning. Children are not simply vessels that we fill with knowledge. If we are to maximize their learning, it is important that we create safe spaces that enables them to demonstrate their capabilities, potential, and enjoy doing so. Another key message is that how learning makes the disadvantaged or vulnerable child feel about themselves matters. Inclusive education is not inclusive if it does not create a positive sense of one's identity and value in the community. Parents should not feel that if they have a disabled child with any kind of learning difficulty, they will be ostracized from meaningful opportunities to learn. Inclusiveness should therefore be written in the DNA of every education system so that it can provide equal opportunities to maximize learning for every child, irrespective of their background or characteristics. Only last week, a friend of mine in Ghana shared his story of how he's having to provide stimulating learning opportunities at home for his dyslexic son, because the school has no facilities and support mechanisms to ensure his son receives the same quality of education as other children in the school. What signal are education systems sending to parents like my friend about their child, who they are and how they should feel about themselves in society? Another insight I picked up from this conference is that relationships that support learning matters if every learner is to matter and matter equally. How do we communicate to every child that their learning needs matters equally? It has to be through teachers building strong and respectful relationships that communicates very clearly to them that they have potential and something valuable to contribute to society. Relationships that do not treat a disabled or disadvantaged learner as abnormal, but with great potential waiting to be released to benefit the individual and society is what we need. Inclusive education, for me, should make space within mainstream schooling for every learner's need to be catered for. I think this would require adequate resources. We have to remember that if we are to meet the goal of providing inclusive education, we need more resources and training for every teacher on inclusive practices. I think it also sends a signal that every learner matters and matters equally. I felt that this was beautifully illustrated in the video clip that was shown last week about children with disabilities, where a more inclusive schooling environment released their potential to learn and achieve equally. It showed how the learning needs of these children can be catered for in the mainstream schooling, showing every child that disability does not limit potential. This is a lesson we should communicate to every child under the same system of educational provision. We have also listened to research which suggests that students from diverse backgrounds are able to maximize their learning potential when they are taught by teachers who pay them sustained and inclusive attention, and in environments in which they feel safe, draw on their backgrounds in the pedagogical discourse. From this, I would like to suggest that in creating inclusive education systems, every teacher matters and matters equally. In the same way we've titled this conference theme, I think we need to stress this, that every teacher matters and matters equally. We should be striving to provide opportunities for all teachers to learn how to teach children with different learning needs. Our teachers must reflect society's diversity and difference, and should by default be prepared to give equal attention to every child. But I would like to add that teachers cannot and should not be expected to do this alone. I have listened to many conferences where we are heaping upon teachers many more responsibilities. We know that teachers cannot do everything, and they will need support. We should be thinking and developing a teacher workforce that supports them to deliver quality learning for all. Do we include in the teacher workforce specialists who can help teachers address the more challenging learning needs in their classrooms? Do we have educational psychologists, special needs teachers as regular members of the teacher workforce in mainstream schools? If every learner matters and matters equally, then we need a teacher workforce that brings under one roof all the different expectations that can meet diversified learning needs. We should build professional learning communities that can share knowledge and experience of how to provide education that meets the learning needs of every child. We have also learned from this conference that research about what works to improve learning opportunities for every child. But I think, let me stress this for us in the education community, what we are lacking is large-scale, cost-effective studies that will help us to build solid knowledge base of what works at scale. I think often we are accused of, those of us in education research, providing knowledge in silos that do not respond collectively to the agenda of providing inclusive education for all. I think we need to be thinking about how do we scale up some of these evidence that we've accumulated. Another important lesson is creating more choice for how children learn and express their learning. I think this is important. I've seen in some of the presentations that opportunities for how children learn needs to be diversified. If we are to respect and value diversity in our learners, we also have to respect and value the ways in which they show their abilities and talent. For example, timed and highly controlled assessments may fail to capture the different capabilities that are in our schools and communities. How willing are we to embrace more flexible forms of assessment It's a question for curriculum designers and education policymakers. Promoting diverse learning groups is also another important thing we should aim for. In my research, which has examined the learning needs of out-of-school children in Ghana and Ethiopia, we are learning just how important mixed ability grouping in classroom instruction is to raising learning outcomes for all. We are also learning that for the early primary grades, mother tongue instruction is crucial for improving learning. The early educational experiences of children in poor and marginalized communities is key to their persistence in schooling. For many of such children, if their first encounters with formal education is in a language they do not speak at home, it is likely that this will become a barrier to their progress and even result in dropping out of school. So increasingly, evidence from countries in Sub-Saharan Africa suggests that matching the students' home language to the language of instruction in the lower grades of primary school improves their progress in learning in later grades. But we often forget that inclusive education is also about making language of instruction more inclusive. And we haven't spoken enough about it, and I think this is something we need to return to. Many children are excluded simply because they don't, the language which is used to teach them is a language which is not what they learned at the beginning. The conference has also laid bare the important role of teachers if we are to achieve truly inclusive quality education for every child. However, it has also revealed that we are not doing enough in teacher education to prepare teachers to capitalize on diversity to enrich their instructional practice. There is strong evidence that teachers in low-income countries teach to the top of the class. We know that. They don't teach to those at the bottom of the pyramid. From the research we know that teachers who are able to provide instruction at the right level of every child produce equitable learning outcomes. Teaching to the top of the class often means teaching that excludes children from mostly diverse disadvantaged backgrounds. Instead, we should be training teachers to create learning opportunities for children at the bottom of the learning pyramid. Let me conclude my reflections on this important conference by stressing that as a community, we should work hard to ensure that schools become the places that can give hope to every child about their future prospects in life. If we succeed, we will be making a great contribution to creating an inclusive and tolerant society that sees value in every person, irrespective of their culture, identity, religion, or race. Finally, I would encourage governments to strive for an inclusive education policy goal that ensures that no child receives an education that is poor relative to others. And when I say no child, I mean absolutely no child. The way, if we are to measure a good quality education system, it is by this standard that education system provides opportunity for every child and doesn't provide opportunity, a better opportunity for some and not for others. That should be our yardstick. The conference has demonstrated that achieving this goal is possible, with the many examples of how inclusive education can be achieved in practice. Finally, I would like to commend VVOB and its partners for raising the profile of this issue through this conference. I think this is timely. This is very important. And this conference, for me, is a beacon of hope because it's helped us to really focus our minds on what we need to do, especially during this period and beyond. I hope in the next conference, though, we can move the agenda and debate to how we reimagine education systems to deliver truly inclusive education for all. Yes, we have good knowledge about what works in particular contexts. We've heard about what works effectively in South Africa, for example. But we want to understand it really, what does it imply for how we reimagine our education systems so that we truly deliver SDG 4. But before then, let me leave you with three questions that can start the conversation. I hope, hopefully for the next conference. I think we should be asking ourselves, how can we ensure that schooling and education is available for all? It sounds like a simple question, but it's a very important one and not an easy one that I don't think we've done well in answering that. How can we ensure that schooling and education is available for all? Still going back to EFA, I think. The second one is, how can we ensure that every child has equal access to quality education? How can we do that? What are the things we need to do in engineering our education systems to deliver on this promise? And then thirdly, how can we ensure that our education systems are sufficiently adaptable to meet diverse learning needs? The problem we've had time and again is that our education systems are often inflexible. They are not able to take care of the diverse learning needs, the backgrounds of the children in which it tries to educate. We need to ask, what does a flexible education system look like? And how can we produce this? Thank you very much for your attention and for listening to my closing remarks. Thank you.
Thank you. Merci beaucoup pour ce discours de clôture très, très stimulant. On a un peu de temps devant nous. Ah oui, Madame la ministre, elle est de retour parce qu'elle avait une mauvaise connexion à Internet. Donc, je vous donne alors le plateau pour terminer, pour prononcer le mot de la fin, pour terminer cette conférence. Et puis, voilà, fermez la porte, comme ça, il n'y a personne qui peut déranger, c'est très bien. Et puis, je vous donne la parole. Merci, professeur, pour cette conclusion. Merci beaucoup. Voilà, bonjour.
Bonjour, merci
Voilà.
beaucoup et mes excuses. Voilà. Dear participants, I'm very happy to address the closure sessions of this virtual conference. Even if I had not been in the job for a very long time, it is already my second intervention on education this week. Earlier, I was a guest at UNESCO Global Education Meeting. The theme of your conference
Bon, apparemment, la connexion n'est pas meilleure dans l'autre pièce, donc j'espère qu'on ne va pas la perdre. Je lui ai envoyé un message, mais elle doit s'en rendre compte. J'espère qu'elle s'en rend compte. Bon, ça c'est très... Oui, ok. On s'attendait à plein de mauvaises connexions, mais pas venant de si près, en fait. Donc, ça, c'est trop dommage. On va espérer qu'on puisse la récupérer. Si entre-temps, vous voulez encore dire quelque chose, allez-y, hein. C'est le moment. Non? Bon, on me dit qu'elle est partie, que voilà, on l'a perdue. On l'a perdue, on peut encore attendre. Est-ce qu'on la voit dans la salle d'attente? Martin? Is she in the waiting room? No? OK. On me dit qu'elle est en train d'essayer de se reconnecter. Si entre-temps, je vous dis, le dernier groupe, préparez peut-être une question. C'est le moment. Voilà, on essaie encore 5 minutes et puis sinon on sera obligé de clôturer. Elle arrive. On me dit qu'elle arrive. She's coming. Coming back. Maarten, is she coming back? No. On me donne des mauvaises informations. Voilà, on me dit toujours qu'elle est en train d'essayer de se connecter. Maarten, tu vois quelque chose? Toujours pas? Bon, on peut... Je propose qu'on attend encore un peu. J'attends la réponse de retour du cabinet pour me dire si elle essaye, si elle arrive à se reconnecter, mais apparemment c'est très difficile. Donc voilà, on va dire que l'intention était là. Donc, je vais peut-être déjà commencer avec mon discours de la fin, comme ça je vous remercie, comme ça c'est fait. Voilà. Donc, merci à tous. Je ne peux pas vous remercier assez. Merci à tous les modérateurs. Merci à Nadia, à Ellie, à Inge, à Caroline pour avoir modéré les sessions. Merci à tous les intervenants, les experts pour leurs idées, pour la motivation et pour leur présence avec nous aujourd'hui. On me fait signe comme quoi la ministre est de retour, donc je vais peut-être lui la laisser la place et puis je terminerai après son intervention, mes remerciements. Madame Kittir, je vous vois, mais je ne vous entends pas encore.
Voilà, ok.
Voilà.
Et mes excuses.
Bonjour parmi
voilà,
nous.
merci. Ok. Alors, je recommence. So I'm very happy to address the closure session of this virtual conference. Even if I have not been in the job for a very long time, it is already my second intervention on education this week. Earlier, I was a guest at UNESCO's Global Education Meeting. The theme of your conference could not be more accurate. Though we made great progress over the past decades, worldwide 258 children, adolescents, and youth are not schooled. And the numbers are stagnating, even growing in sub-Saharan Africa. Poverty is a clear underlying factor, as is disability or gender. But I was very surprised to learn that the number of children that felt they belonged at school in OECD countries fell from 82% in 2003 to 73% in 2015. Meanwhile, look at how we are meeting today. We all know that the situation has gotten far worse. COVID-19 has come as an external shock. The disease has divided us from our common goals of reaching the SDGs. For the first time in decades, the number of people in extreme poverty is growing. The world's poorest are carrying the heaviest burden of the pandemic. It goes without saying that also education is a critical state. Around the globe, more than 1.5 billion pupils and students have been affected. Due to the closure of schools in more than 180 countries, millions of children have basically been cut off from schooling. We already know that many of them will never return. The economic crisis also puts strains on public resources for education. You as a sector and myself as minister, we have to build back better. The past few months have shown that public authorities have a big part to play. In Belgium, we have hugely invested in providing safety nets for those losing their incomes. Our children's schooling and safe access to the institution has been the top priority of policymakers. Months of home teaching have proven to worsen exciting inequalities. A lot of means and effort of our teachers have been put into reaching the most vulnerable and closing the digital divide. But solidarity does not stop at the borders. Belgium is investing in the education sector abroad through its multilateral partners, UNICEF and Global Partnership for Education, by bilateral cooperation, by supporting NGOs and funding EU development programs. During the crisis, we have stepped up our efforts. In Uganda, for example, pupils were sent home in March. For lack of any decent digital learning environment, 50 million children were as such excluded from learning. On October 15th, only 10% of these were back at school. As a partner in Uganda's education for over 20 years, Belgium quickly reorientated its EAT program. We provided support to the Ministry of Education to develop its strategy for distance learning. This focused on communication between the school management, the teachers, and their students. IT gifted teachers were gathered in a help desk to support the transition to a digital environment. We are convinced collaboration is the only way to overcome this crisis. Exchanges of best practices through educational policy coordination on reopening of schools in a safe way can be very useful. This is especially the case when we keep all countries aboard. In addition, we have to focus on getting the most vulnerable back to school. Special attentions need to be paid to young girls, the poorest and the disabled children. If the crisis is pushing us back on the road to achieve inclusive education, we have to fight back. Through solidarity and the complementarity of all actors in the education sector, I'm sure we will be able to counter destructive side effects. Thank you very much.
Merci beaucoup, merci. Merci de cette intervention, de ce mot de clôture. Je retiens 3 mots-clés, solidarité, collaboration et reconstruire, mais reconstruire mieux. Voilà, j'en profite pour terminer cette conférence, ces 2 jours de conférence. J'avais commencé mes remerciements, je vais les terminer. Donc, merci à tous les modérateurs, merci aux intervenants pour leurs idées, pour leurs inspirations, pour leurs mots encourageants. Merci à vous, le public, d'avoir participé et d'avoir communiqué sur la conférence. J'espère que vous avez passé un bon moment et que vous repartez la tête remplie de nouvelles connaissances. Merci aussi à tous les membres d'Educate pour leur expertise, pour leur enthousiasme, pour le temps qu'ils ont consacré à préparer cette conférence. Merci plus particulièrement à Humanity and Inclusion, Enable Light for the World, Plan International Belgique, via Don Bosco, VVOB, British Council, pour toute leur implication. Je voudrais aussi remercier APV et VVOB et le département de la coopération belge pour leur soutien. Merci à Madame Kittir pour sa participation à notre conférence sur l'éducation inclusive. Merci, Professeur Kwame, pour votre conclusion avec des mots très encourageants et des mots stimulants. Merci d'avoir formulé le mot pour terminer cette conférence. Comme j'avais dit avant, les présentations, l'enregistrement ainsi qu'une formulaire d'évaluation seront disponibles sur le site internet www.educate.be à partir de la semaine prochaine. Et dernier mot de la fin, n'oubliez pas, prenez soin de vous et prenez soin des autres. Merci et à tout bientôt et passez une très bonne soirée. Merci.